Hello, you're watching Sky News Today. With me, Jane Secker. It's 3 o'clock. These are the headlines. China's new embassy in London gets the go-ahead, but MI5 warns it will bring new security risks. President Trump calls Britain's Chagos Islands deal an act of great stupidity as he builds his case to take Greenland.
Isn't Trump still not like Prime Minister?
But the UK government hits back, saying it will never compromise on national security. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, a Democrat governor with eyes on the White House pulls no punches.
It's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
David, do you have a message for Brooklyn this morning? David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public?
Also in Davos, David Beckham tries to focus on business, while his eldest son rules out a reconciliation as he breaks his silence on the family rift. Hello, good afternoon. China's controversial new super embassy in London has been approved by the government after a 7-year diplomatic struggle. Set within the historic Royal Mint site, it's faced opposition because of its close position to strategically important internet cables that support the City of London. The government says security issues have been addressed with intelligence agencies involved throughout the process. But in a letter to the Home and Foreign Secretaries, the heads of MI5 and GCHQ have warned it would not be realistic to eliminate every risk. They write, MI5 has over 100 years of experience managing national security risks associated with foreign diplomatic premises in London. For the Royal Mint Court site, as with any foreign embassy on UK soil, it is not realistic to expect to be able to wholly eliminate each and every potential risk. And even if this were a practical goal, it would be irrational to drive embassy-generated risk down to zero when numerous other threat vectors are so central.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go?
His silence
Where
on the
did all
family
the
rift.
nonsense go?
Hello, good afternoon. China's controversial new super embassy in London has been approved by the government after a 7-year diplomatic struggle. Set within the historic Royal Mint site, it's faced opposition because of its close position to strategically important internet cables that support the City of London. The government says security issues have been addressed with intelligence agencies involved throughout the process. But in a letter to the Home and Foreign Secretaries, the heads of MI5 and GCHQ have warned it would not be realistic to eliminate every risk. They write, MI5 has over 100 years of experience managing national security risks associated with foreign diplomatic premises in London. For the Royal Mint Court site, as with any foreign embassy on UK soil, it is not realistic to expect to be able to wholly eliminate each and every potential risk. And even if this were a practical goal, it would be irrational to drive embassy-generated risk down to zero when numerous other threat vectors are so central to the national security risks we face in the present era. However, the collective work across UK intelligence agencies and HMG departments to formulate a package of national security mitigations for the site has been, in our view, expert, professional and proportionate.
While some would shake their heads and say, ignore the obvious need to engage, this government is engaging and pragmatically, recognising the complexity of the world as it is and challenging them where we need to. Because for our security, our economy and our climate, China matters. And to be clear, this is not a question of balancing economic and security considerations. We don't trade off security for economic access. China has and will continue to pose threats to our national security. But following detailed consideration of all possible risks around this new embassy by expert officials across government, I am assured that the UK's national security is protected.
Well, joining me now is our chief political correspondent, John Craig. So, John, why is the government so adamant that this is the right decision?
because of assurances they've received from the security services, and indeed because, as Mr. Jarvis put it, the government, the Tory government, went from what he called golden age to ice age. And of course, there's been a lot of complaints from opposition MPs. This is all linked to a visit to China by the Prime Minister. Well, yes, that's true. He obviously wanted to get this approved before that visit. I should say that Mr. Jarvis began his statement by referring to the fact, as did Yvette Cooper earlier in the Commons, that it was Boris Johnson as Foreign Secretary who gave the first approval for this. He said the government had acted to make the cables that are said to be vulnerable more resilient, he said. And then he also talked about the fact that the government had gone into all sorts of briefings and assurances from the security services. I'm assured that it's safe to go ahead, he said. But then we heard from the Tories, a pretty long onslaught from a number of senior Tories, Ian Duncan Smith, Julian Lewis, Sir Edward Lee, Richard Tice from Reform UK, Mark Francois. This was Chris Philp leading the Tory attack on the decision.
It is clear this decision is timed shortly before a planned trip by the Prime Minister to China. He apparently intends to seek some kind of economic deal with China in order to fix the mess he and the Chancellor have created here, with jobs down and unemployment up since the election. They are trading national security for economic links, and this is a shameless capitulation to China's demands.
Well, in that letter, the security services talk about classified briefings given to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. We hope to be speaking to Lord Beamish, who chairs that committee, very shortly.
OK, John, thanks very much for that.
I'll just hold on.
Let's take you, though, across to my colleague Greg Milam, because he has some breaking news regarding Lucy Letby. Greg?
Yes, Jane, we know that since the summer, the Crown Prosecution Service have been looking at a file of evidence sent by the police, Cheshire Police, who've been looking into further allegations of murder and further deaths of babies and non-fatal collapses, as they describe it, of babies here at the Countess of Chester Hospital and Liverpool Women's Hospital, where Lucy Letby worked and where she trained. We've now been told by the Crown Prosecution Service that she won't face any further charges as a result of that police investigation. We've just had a statement from the Crown Prosecution Service saying, following a thorough review of that evidence, we've decided no criminal charges should be brought in respect of those further allegations. They say the Crown Prosecution Service considered offences of murder and attempted murder in respect of 2 infants who died and attempted murder in respect of 7 infants who survived. We concluded that the evidential test was not met in any of these cases. Of course, Lucy Letby is currently in prison, serving 15 life sentences for the murder of 7 babies, the attempted murder of 7 others, that following a trial, of course, related to her time in the neonatal unit at this hospital in Chester. She has always denied those charges, of course, and has a very voluble support online. Her attempts to appeal those convictions have been turned down by the Court of Appeal. She's hoping the Criminal Cases Review Commission will send her case back to the Court of Appeal. Her lawyer says, through a panel of experts, that they believe there was no deliberate harm to those babies. The families, of course, of those children involved in the trial disagree. But Lucy Letby will not face any further charges as relates to that police investigation into what happened when she worked here and at Liverpool Women's Hospital as well.
Greg, thank you very much for explaining all of that. Let's return to John Craig, who is in the Houses of Parliament, to talk to Lord Beamish. John.
Thank you, Jane. I was just saying that in the letter to the Home Secretary and Foreign Secretary, the bosses of the security services, that's Anne Keith-Butler of GCHQ and Sir Ken McCallum of MI5, talked about classified briefings given to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Now, in their statement today, the Intelligence and Security Committee says, on the basis of the evidence we have received and having carefully reviewed the nuanced national security considerations, the committee has concluded that taken as a whole, the national security concerns that arise can be satisfactorily mitigated. Well, let's talk to Lord Beamish, former Labour MP Kevan Jones, who chairs the Intelligence and Security Committee. What scrutiny has your committee carried out as part of this process?
Well, we're not a select committee, we're a statutory committee. We have powers to summon information from government and security services. We've taken evidence in terms of evidence from individuals and security services, ministers, and also seen the written documentation assessments behind this to come to our conclusion.
Did you talk to the Chinese?
No, but we looked at the assessments being put forward in documentation form, and also, like I say, talked to individual heads of agencies and ministers.
What was it that convinced you? You talk about the nuanced national security considerations. What convinced you that this is safe to go ahead?
Well, we've, like I say, seen a lot of classified information, which obviously the security services have compiled in doing their assessment on this. We were satisfied that the public arguments have been put in place about risk can be mitigated, and the security have confidence that this is not going to be a threat to national security.
Mr. Jarvis said in his statement that action's been taken to make those cables in the City of London more resilient. What action are we talking about there?
Well, I can't go into that John, but the point is I think it's a fixation about cables. Remember, access...
Well, hold on, there was a big leak of some redacted plans, wasn't there, last week, which suggested that there were all sorts of spy chambers, spy dungeons planned underneath the embassy, which could threaten the City of London and all our personal emails and so on.
No, that's nonsense. I can assure, and that's our job to scrutinise government and scrutinise our security services, that mitigation is in place for any threat to those cables. But the point I was going to make is that a lot of concentration on cables is being made, but access to data is not necessarily just through cables. And we're assured that mitigation is in place, that this is not going to be a threat to those cables.
Lord Beamish, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time. Lord Beamish, only first interview today on this subject, very controversial, but not only has the government got the backing, it seems, of the security services, but also, as Lord Beamish says, one of Parliament's top committees, the Intelligence and Security Committee, a statutory committee, more powers than the rest of the select committees in Parliament.
John, thank you very much. There's been another extraordinary turn in Donald Trump's bid to take Greenland. The US president lashed out at the UK, saying its decision to hand the Chagos Islands to Mauritius is an act of great stupidity. In a post on his Truth Social site earlier today, on the first anniversary of his inauguration, Mr. Trump said that the move was another reason why Greenland had to be acquired. Here, the government's hit back over the comments, saying it will never compromise national security. The Chagos Islands are an archipelago located 1,250 miles northeast of Mauritius. Britain forcibly displaced up to 2,000 people, mostly former agricultural workers from the islands, in the late 1960s and early 1970s. That was as it established the military base on Diego Garcia. Well, let's look at that whole astonishing statement. Shockingly, our brilliant NATO ally, the United Kingdom, is currently planning to give away the island of Diego Garcia, the site of a vital US military base, to Mauritius, and to do so for no reason whatsoever. There is no doubt that China and Russia have noticed this act of total weakness. These are international powers who only recognise strength, which is why the United States of America, under my leadership, is now, after only 1 year, respected like never before. The UK giving away extremely important land is an act of great stupidity and is another in a very long line of national security reasons why Greenland has to be acquired. Denmark and its European allies have to do the right thing. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, Mr. Trump is travelling to Davos later for the World Economic Forum, where global heads of state will hope for talks on his Greenland ambitions. Earlier, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, had this to say.
Arctic security can only be achieved together. And this is why the proposed additional tariffs are a mistake, especially between long-standing allies. The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something. Ladies and gentlemen, we consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends. And plunging us into a downward spiral would only aid the very adversaries we are both so committed to keeping out of the strategic landscape. So our response will be unflinching, united, and proportional.
Well, let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews. So, James, the controversy over Greenland continues, but it appears that President Trump has had something of a change of heart and certainly pivoted his position on the UK and the Chagos Islands.
Yeah, extraordinary, Jane. Listening to Ursula von der Leyen there talking about the form that the response should take. She didn't say actually what that response would be. And I suppose that's the difficulty, isn't it? Both for the EU and for the United Kingdom, the special relationship, the big buddy across the Atlantic. Sir Keir Starmer, having shaped this relationship, the bridge between the United States and Europe, now finds himself humiliated, actually, on social media by the American president. This talk of great stupidity with friends like that, who needs enemies? So it's a crisis, there's no doubt. Conundrum for the allies of the United States as to how they handle Donald Trump. In Davos, of course, that's where he's heading later tonight. We expect him to leave around 9 p.m. local time tonight. Storm Donald is flying in, and quite what the reception will be, well, we'll see. We hear from the French foreign minister and others sticking their heads above the parapet that they will be more robust than they have been of late. And that's the question, when does the When does Europe stop kissing Trump's backside? That's the issue at stake for them. I can tell you, Jane, here in the United States, there is much hand-wringing. I mean, you only have to look at the media to see a degree of consternation and a recognition of crisis point. You know, for so long, I think inside and outside America, we have viewed Donald Trump through the prism of politics as we know it, as we have known it, and as we have known America. That has changed incrementally over time with Donald Trump, but I think it changed big time over the weekend with this Greenland business. I spoke to a Democrat on Capitol Hill, Democrat, so no big fan of Donald Trump. I asked him, has Europe played this correctly? You know, this trying to align themselves with Trump, swim with the tide. His answer was, look, Europe has not been right or wrong. There simply is no way of dealing with Donald Trump because, to quote him, he's an effing idiot. So that's a Democrat view. There's also a Democrat view about Republicans on Capitol Hill. This urging or this wait for Republicans on Congress to rein in Donald Trump, they've remained quiet through the last year. Today, the anniversary of him assuming power. Republicans have been quiet. There is more hope than expectation, actually, that Republicans will find their voice. But of course, there's no sign of that as yet. Nothing to pull the reins on Donald Trump as he heads towards Davos and what will be quite the scene, I imagine.
Well, indeed. James Matthews for us there in Washington. Thanks very much. Well, speaking at Davos, the French President Emmanuel Macron said that the world is experiencing a shift away from rules and international law.
Conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing.
And it's not just the UK and EU who are hitting back against President Trump. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso is in Davos, where he caught up with the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, the leading Democrat contender to challenge for the White House in 2028.
One person who was here and willing to talk at some length. He's part of the big American presence here, though absolutely not part of the official administration delegation that Donald Trump will head when he gets here. Was California Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, he is seen by many as the shining light of the Democrat response to Donald Trump as they cast around, perhaps for a candidate to take on the president the Republican candidate. Under the Constitution, it can't be the current president, but let's see. Newsom seen as the leading light in that process. He's here doing business on behalf of California, a massive economy in its own right, bigger than many of the European nations here. We had a chance to talk to him about what he thinks the appropriate European response to the strong arming we're seeing from Donald Trump, using economic tools to take on his allies rather than his adversaries. A long conversation with Gavin Newsom, and he, a bit like the president, does not hold his punches. Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or tweet, another publicly. It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean
it's time to stand united? You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just, I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And
people need to stand. No, the Europeans could be if they continue to down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago. We should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
So that's the kind of language, uncompromising, taking Donald Trump head on, that of course politically serves Gavin Newsom, a political opponent, speaking to a domestic audience as well as his international audience. Coming here is good for his international profile and will do no harm to those hopes of being the man that perhaps some in Europe will look to take on Trumpism in whatever form in a few years' time. It is, of course, the language that is very difficult for European leaders to use while they stick to the approach we've seen, perhaps best expressed by Sir Keir Starmer, who's not here, but has attempted to keep close to Donald Trump, to not cause offence, in fact, to flatter, to do some of the things that Gavin Newsom, they were saying he finds so embarrassing, requiring knee pads for European leaders, they roll over so easily. But that approach, the test of that will come over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Paul Kessler there. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, what do you think is now the most common cancer in the UK? We'll be telling you after the break. New research has found that prostate cancer is now the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer across the UK. NHS data analysed by Prostate Cancer UK found that there were just over 64,000 diagnoses of prostate cancer in 2022, around 3,000 more than the second most common type, breast cancer. Well, let's talk to Chiara De Biase, Director of Health Services at Prostate Cancer UK, who joins me now. Chiara, why are the figures up so much, up 24% on the previous year? Why?
Well, what we hope is that organisations like Prostate Cancer UK have done a pretty remarkable job, especially since the COVID pandemic, of raising awareness of prostate cancer. Prostate cancer was the hardest hit tumour group during lockdown, and we've made an incredible recovery. And a lot of that is down to our volunteers and our risk awareness work. We also launched our 30-second online risk checker, which over 4.5 million people have now done to check their risk of prostate cancer and what their rights are when it comes to getting a test, which we hope will lead to an early curable diagnosis.
So it's not that there are more people with prostate cancer, you just think it is more people who are coming forward with worrying symptoms and getting them checked out?
That's right. We have some huge inequities in prostate cancer, and what we hope we've done with our very targeted risk awareness work is tackle some of those north-south divide inequities, whereby men that live further north in the country, across the UK, in particular in Scotland and the north of England, are more likely to be diagnosed too late for a cure. So what we hope we're seeing is that far more men are being diagnosed with their prostate cancer when it's still curable. More men are obviously coming forward, are being tested, having good conversations with their GPs about the PSA blood test. It's just a simple blood test, but there are pros and cons to that blood test. So it's important that men understand it's on their shoulders to understand their risk and have a conversation with their GP. You mentioned symptoms there. One of the other really important points is to say that when it's in its most curable stages, prostate cancer doesn't present with some of the symptoms that are often associated with it, like having trouble going to the toilet, weeing more frequently, getting up to wee in the night. Please don't wait for those symptoms. With prostate cancer, it's all about risk. So do the online risk checker and read all about what the next steps might be for you.
You talked about the PSA test, and you were hopeful of wider screening for men. But the government said back in December that it should not be made routinely available for all men. How can you change that decision, or do you think it's the right decision?
For now, for what we can see from the evidence, we're Prostate Cancer UK leading the charge on delivering what we ultimately, of course, want, which will be a screening programme for all men. And we're doing that through our Transform trial. As you've said, we're right in the middle of a public consultation with the National Screening Committee. We'll be responding to that consultation in the coming weeks. And what we strongly hope is that we have sufficient evidence to move us closer to more targeted screening for men most at risk of prostate cancer. So we're delighted to see the outcome for men with a BRCA gene variant who will be starting a targeted screening programme. But we want to get much, much closer so that we can start to screen particularly Black men, that's Black African and Black Caribbean men, whose risk starts that much earlier at 45, but also have a good understanding about the impact of family history, especially where men's fathers, uncles, grandfathers have been diagnosed, perhaps when they're younger, perhaps in their 50s or their 60s. These are the men that we desperately want to deliver a targeted screening programme. But for now, it still rests on men to do the risk checker, think about their risk of prostate cancer and what they can do next.
You mentioned about deprivation. What are the links between deprivation and prostate cancer? I mean, is this something to do with lifestyle, or is it just to do with a reluctance to come forward to the GP?
It's a bit of both. So unlike some other cancers, prostate cancer isn't so related to lifestyle factors. But there are other determinants of poor health, such as socioeconomic deprivation. So we know that men from what might be seen as slightly poorer postcodes are unfortunately more likely to be diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer, so a cancer that cannot be cured. And that's very similar across lots of different cancers. It's also the case that these are often
watch the swallows bloom into a cloud of dust. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. Don't let the wreckage call what the wreckage was. Now let's just ride on highs while the moment's right. No, don't you fold my wings for the fear of flight in your eyes. You curl up guards while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. It feels like this war is our dawning. Waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. Reaching out to find me lawless. Summon the fight to get us out. When all the world rained down on our safety's hood, it left me lying out with a pail of blood. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. I'll let the winter start when I say I stood for us. You curl up guards while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. It feels like this war is our dawning. Waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. Reaching out to find me lawless. Summon the fight to get us out. Forcing out forces. Find the reach and want it. Out in front I see a light. Forcing out forces. Find the reach and hold it. All it takes to be alive. You curled up guards while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. It feels like this war is our dawning. Oh, how beautiful it is to see you moving. Oh, how beautiful it is to see you move. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You've sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead bones are rising, His spirit is moving, eyes are unveiling, He's breaking addictions, yes. And breaking religion, yes. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. Eyes are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. He's breaking tradition and breaking religion. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. Oh, eyes are aligning. Hearts are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. Eyes are unveiling. Hearts are aligning. Dead bones are rising. Spirit is moving. He's breaking traditions and breaking religion. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. 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 Yes and amen. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is freedom. Yes and amen. Amen. Yes and amen. Yes and amen. Oh, he said it, he has done it. He's breaking addictions, yes. And breaking religion, yes. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. So yes and amen. Yes and amen. 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 Yes and amen. Amen. Yes and amen.
Right, here we go.
You've poured out
Back
your
to the amazing
spirit
video talk declaration drama. We're not
on
just
every
fucking
heart.
47 in the
You
place now, got
sent
down
forth
31
your
there, they
word,
don't got no drama. You sad fuckers.
and it's come to pass.
Anyway, guys,
What our
how you doing?
fathers
I'm
and
planning to do something
mothers
quite different later on.
could only foretaste
I was just coming on to mess around really.
is now in our
So I
lifetime.
could read Muckers like a good one.
The
So I thought
order
I've got a
of
title
day.
up. Police at my door. Something for you
Just receive,
to gossip about, analyse over.
just receive. You can just receive.
Donna. Who's Donna? The firm
You
about
can
12.
just receive. Just receive.
Who's Donna?
Just receive. You can just receive.
I can't see a Donna in here. Thanks, Donna, for confirming what we already knew. What football? Your football? Can you answer me a question, please? What year did Man United have a co-pilot as a sponsor back in their shirt? Co-pilot. What do you mean co-pilot? Their sponsors were Sharp. Is it Air Qantas? I don't know. Do you know what? Then I wouldn't know, mate. To be fair, don't pay enough attention. I know I'm a football fan, but I don't pay attention to other teams really. So, it was just a little bit of a thing to get rockers going this was. I wasn't planning to do it like, but I have got a plan. Oh, last season, was it Air Qantas? When is it? When they Air Qantas, who they had? Man United? I'm sure it was. We get on. That's it. We get on. We put things to bed. Yep. I want the back of the shirt. You know what? Carl, I'm most probably having on.
What do you reckon I should do then? Drop her a line or just pop round with a decent packet of biscuits? We'll spit it out.
So now you're incompetent as well as a liar.
This man you're great mate with, thief and extorter, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a murderer.
So I thought I'd put a title up. Police at my door. Something for him to...
Same old Peggy, everyone else is
about. Analyse over. Donna? Who's Donna? What's over about there?
You invited him in for coffee.
Who's Donna?
Same old Peggy, Same old Peggy, no one cares what you think.
What football? Can you answer me a question, please? What year did Man United have a co-pilot as a sponsor back in their shirt? Co-pilot. What do you mean co-pilot? Their sponsors were Sharp. Was it Air Qantas? I don't know. Do you know what then? I wouldn't know, mate. To be fair. Don't pay enough attention. I know I'm a football fan, but I don't pay attention to other teams, really. So, it was just a little bit of a thing to get rockers going this was. I wasn't planning to do it like, but I have got a plan. Oh, last season, was it Air Qantas? When is it? When they Air Qantas, who they had? Man United? I'm sure it was. We get on. That's it. We get on. We put things to bed. Yep. I want the back of the shirt. Do you know what? Carl? I'm most probably having on. No, it's sorry, mate. It might be Air Qantas. As a guess, it could be Air Qantas. Might be, but that's apart from it. Air Qantas. What, from Hamas? Nope. From Hamas. I know who that is beyond that side of the You're so fucking obvious. Hi, Ted. Hello.
Oops, was muted.
All right, I was just going to put the cover over for. Oh no.
Oh shit, yeah.
So I put a title up because I know Muckers is doing his fuckeries round. on the panels. So I put up a title, had the police at my door.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it. He was the second one in my chat. Yeah.
No.
Fucking idiot.
Oh no.
Stop playing you. Where's I can't see Donna. He's talking to Donna.
Yeah, she.
What do you reckon I should do then? Drop her a line or just pop round with a decent packet of biscuits? We'll spit it out.
You keep asking me fucking questions.
So now you're incompetent as well as a liar.
This man who you're great mate with, thief and extorter. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a murderer.
Same old Peggy, innit? Everyone else's fault.
You invited him in for coffee.
Same old Peggy, innit? Same old Peggy, innit?
No one cares what you think.
Same old Peggy, innit?
We'll spit it out.
Between you and me and the gatepost, she's quite keen on him, but you know her, she won't let on.
I feel like a film star. I'd like to see that film, though.
I made a mistake on a cake, and you half kill me.
And when you've done that, you can empty the bins and clean out the sink. It's £4.50 you made, right?
Coffee.
It's £4.50 you made, right?
No one cares what you think.
Why you keep me silent,
So they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin. They've got a special tool and they put it in the skin, and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it off. And then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky. And they make the shoe with the sole and the flip-flops. They stick on the flip-flops. They've got flip-flops and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross.
Okay, people, good afternoon. Hope everyone's happy. Hope everybody's fine.
Big star.
So first up, we are going to be looking at the rest of
Not like
a stream that I stopped reviewing yesterday. But people
do it coloured.
have said to me, you know, in comments and that, please can you review the rest of it? So I thought, okay, I will review the rest of it. That's the first thing. But the main thing is that in the wee small early hours of this morning, I cleared the air with Society X on over on Ronald's Alliance channel. And we had a discussion. And as far as I'm concerned, at this moment in time, the air's been cleared. No hard feelings, leaving it like that. I do know that's going to disappoint a lot of people that were hoping to whip up trouble, feed off it, and think that I was going to turn into some cash cow for going backwards and forwards with the arguments. It's not going to happen. And yeah, we've sorted it. I think there was some misunderstandings. I think there was some sort of like misconceptions that maybe I knew this M-Dash from before. As people who know me for a very long time know, I've never met that M-Dash before that night on Jamie's. If there is some conspiracy involving that woman, I'm not involved in it. Which I don't believe. I think it was just a set of circumstances and people just misconstrue things, you know. And we've cleared the air, and that's that, you know. I'm not going to talk on that no more. Jamie has said that I'm welcome to go on his panel, and we'll see how that goes in the next few weeks or months. I'm not looking to go straight over there because, you know, once bitten, twice shy kind of thing. But yeah, that's just how I'm going to leave it at the moment, and we'll see. I also spoke to Vega and reasserted my position to Vega. I think Vega understands where I was coming from. I understand what he was trying to do. He's explained it in full to me, and Vega's fine. Yeah, there is no misconceptions. So hopefully we can just all move on. Yeah, Wendy, I think so. I think it's I think it was a storm in a teacup, to be quite honest. You know, I think it was just a load of people getting misconceptions and, you know, other people twisting shit in the middle. So drama's been diverted. Okay, let's move on to doing the review. And as promised as well, if I get time, if I'm in the mood, I will actually review the full DJE thing, because that's an hour and a half, and because last night people did request it, because there's some people, believe it or not, yeah, there's still some people that don't understand all the details of the transcripts. And I know it must be boring for all the people that do understand it, but it's really important that people understand the fullness of it. I also want to put this out into the ether. It might mean something, it might mean nothing. But we all know that Danny Tomo's going over to France this weekend, right? We've all seen how it played out and everything. If DJE Media is still in France with Tay, I just wonder if he's going to antagonise some sort of like incident out in France. I'm not saying he will. I'm not making the allegation that that's what he's gone out there for. But if he's out in France and we've got all good patriots going out to France, I want people to be wary that if there is a problem that involves him, if he's still there, because he might be back now for all we know. Yeah, he might be back now for all we know. But just to keep your eyes on it. You know, it's just something. Why am I with a black guy? I'm a disgrace. Oh, why is it disgraceful to egg cups? Would you like to come up, or are you just trolling? Do you actually have a position on that, or are you just trolling because you think it's going to bother me? Because it don't. So, I mean, it's a simple answer. It's a simple answer, really. The simple answer is because I love my husband. Yeah. you know, it's a simple answer. But if you want a more sort of like constructive conversation, I've dropped the link for you, and I'm not afraid to have the discussion. But if you're coming in here to troll me, thinking that somehow it's going to make me feel bad about my relationship, I don't. If you think that somehow it makes me less of a patriot, it don't. And if you think I'm frightened of a fucking ethno nationalist, I'm not. So, yeah, it's a bit of a stupid thing to say. But with a name like Egg Cup, you know, I just think that you're a fucking weirdo. I mean, what kind of a person calls himself Egg Cup? Whose eggs do you think you're cupping? So, yeah, big up, BB. Do you want to pop up for 5 minutes and have a little chat? I mean, not a big, I'm not going to put like a big interview on you or anything, but just so that my audience, have you got time? Let's get to, okay, let me drop the link. So it would be nice to have a little chat with you because you've been doing some good streams. Put that there and I'll wait for you to come up and we'll have a little chat. Yeah, don't put all your eggs in one cup. What's Wendy saying there? She said, oh my God, I got my ex's boyfriend's new girlfriend bugging me. I don't know what that's all about. Wendy, you make me laugh. Right, we are waiting for BB because he did say that it will pop up, but I don't know if he'll pop up now or whether he wants to do it another time. He did say yes, though, so. But he did well. Oh, here's Wendy. What are you talking about, woman?
I better pop up for 10 minutes and explain. So I've got one of my ex-boyfriends from when I was like 20, right? Yeah. His new girlfriend, if you want to call it that, apparently, has contacted me, you know, on that messenger thing.
Oh my God.
She keeps asking me fucking questions. When's the last time I spoke to him? When did I last see him? Blah, blah. What? It's unbelievable, Duke.
Hold on a minute, Wendy. I want to copy this and paste this. You need to have Streamyard, download Streamyard to be able to come up, BB. Do Streamyards and then come up. But you'll be all right on Streamyards. It's really easy to do. Oh, now I've lost my fucking sound.
So she says to me...
It's going to be comical. Hold on, Ben. Just give me 2 seconds while I fucking play around this. I need to get a new sound drive, I think. That's it. Right, go on, Wendy. So you've got this. Do you know what, right? That used to be something that happened when you was in your fucking 20s and 30s. Not at our age.
Yeah. Not now. You know, she messaged me and she asked me if I knew this person, the ex-boyfriend, right? So I went, yeah, why? You know, I'm not bothered about anyone, really. She says, he's taking me to Benidorm next week. I went, oh, lovely. You know, I'm not bothered. And she went, when's the last time you saw him? I thought, hang on, I'm not fucking 20 anymore. What's this about? And then she keeps asking me questions. I think she thinks. I don't know what she fucking thinks.
There we go.
You know,
yeah, we're just hearing Wendy's story, but BB, sorry, just wait 2 seconds while she finishes up. Yeah, go on, Wen.
So then she sends a long message saying, do you still love him? I thought, well, I didn't love him anyway. Do you know what I mean, Jude? I thought, oh, no, I haven't seen him for 30 fucking years.
Oh my God, that's paranoia. But you know what? There's a lot of that going on, paranoia. And then when you add into it the way that women are and the toxic relationships that go on at the moment, and that's why. She's obviously very insecure, Wendy. Just say to her, look, I haven't seen him in 30 years. I'm glad that you're happy. Please don't contact me again. Leave it at that.
I'm gonna have to be pretty nasty about it, I think, because she won't leave me alone. She keeps asking me questions, thinking she's gonna catch me out. Right.
Oh yeah, BB, can you hear us?
Yeah, so I don't know what.
Hang on, BB. I'll be finished in a minute, love. Don't worry.
You're all right.
And she keeps saying, so you had 4 children. Who's their dad?
Oh.
So she's in her head, she's imagining that, you know, this man I haven't seen for 30 years is maybe the father of my kids. So I went, well, not him. So I couldn't fucking stand him as I tried to fucking kill him. Why would I bother? you know, and no, I just find it
Wendy,
funny.
yeah, someone's just said it's probably a troll fishing for information. Wendy.
Oh, what? Someone from here?
Yeah. Why wouldn't
Don't
it be?
trust the internet.
Oh, I never thought of that. Because it is weird the way they just popped up.
Yeah, it probably is, Wendy, trying to find out what you're going to say about this ex that you used to know.
I haven't said anything. I'm like,
Just block it. Just block it. Don't even reply it. Just block it. If she wants to get all paranoid and kill herself if it's real, that ain't on you. You won't even know, will you, if you block it?
No, I'm going to block it. Now, I didn't even think that way, you know, Jupes, about this YouTube. I'm going to have to block it completely. Yeah, right. Okay, carry on. Yes, I'm going to block it now.
So this is BB Media. I don't know if anybody's BB Audits, actually.
I'm actually BB Media. It was BB Audits, but I've gone to BB Media now.
Okay.
But it's coming up as audits for some reason.
How's your feet, though? You're moaning about your feet and everything.
Sure, but it's all good. We're back on it tomorrow. Back in London tomorrow.
Nice one. You've been doing some really, really good streams, and that's why I wanted to talk to you. How are you enjoying getting into the life of going up and down the country, filming everywhere?
Oh, I love it. I literally love it.
And going abroad, you've been over to France?
Yeah, and Ireland with AY too. Can't forget that one.
Oh yeah, so you were there. So how did you feel about when you went to Ireland? Because I know when I watched it. Okay.
Me and AY went together, didn't we?
Yeah, I know when I watched it, I was like, bloody hell, those Irish are hardcore. Did you have the same feeling there?
Yeah, they know how to do a protest. I tell you that. But yeah, I actually enjoyed it. It was really nice actually. It was proper.
We had Irish people here that were in my side chat at the time trying to warn AY, you know, get over that wall, go over that wall. If you go down that side bit, but apparently he said
Yeah, you couldn't get nowhere. The guard were everywhere they were.
Yeah, he said the locals helped him anyway.
Yeah, we had water cannons at one end. Well, he had to keep reining me in, didn't they? We had to keep moving back, and I wanted to keep running towards the danger.
I know. But to be fair, that is one of the things that I like about you. You do, even though you stay within the law, you do push the boundaries.
Yeah.
And one of the other...
Go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say, one of the other things I like about you is you're another one that's respectful to women. And
yeah, 100%.
When I see people like that, I've got a lot of respect for them. And
yeah.
So, yeah.
Like with the Iranians over the weekend, they're amazing people, so friendly, so nice. Like
it comes across.
I didn't feel out of place one bit. They had so much time for me, especially the bikes too. That was unreal. That was really enjoyed that.
Yeah, people love that. Everyone's clicked that. You on the back of a bike.
Well, I've actually put the video up today. I've went in cut the videos for both days. So just for the bikes. So that's actually up on the YouTube channel now. If anyone wants to watch it.
Oh, we will. We're going to look at that a little bit later. I'll look at that a bit later. That'd be fun.
But, they've actually been messaging me, so I've actually been speaking to them now too. So they want to meet me Sunday.
That'd be good and interesting.
Yeah. So he actually wants me to film him. The one who took his top off at the first one, his name's I spelled Cyprus, but I think I said it like maybe Sarus. It might be that way. But he is so he's an MMA fighter, and he was in the British Army too. And he wants me to maybe meet him an hour before and do a little video for him, put his story out there. So I said, yeah, mate, just contact me whenever.
You know what? That's a good avenue to go down. Just speaking to ordinary people and why they feel the way they do, and getting their stories out.
I went and had breakfast with I can't pronounce his name, but he run for mayor for London Mayor in 2024, and I met him at there. I actually interviewed him now, and I think his second name's Belcher or something. But I went out for breakfast with him this morning, and he wants to do like a podcast sort of thing, like a Charlie Kirk thing, going around the country, up and down the country. Him talking, someone interview him, then asking people, the crowd, if they want to ask questions, and I'll film it all and that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so I said, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But he was saying, like, because he's starting up a new party, a political party, City something, I can't remember what it was, and he was saying, do I want to run for it, like to be like a candidate or something like that? I said, no, mate, I can't be doing that stuff. I love what I do now, you know what I mean? I love doing this, going up and down the country, showing it how it is. You know what I mean? No lies, no fake. Everything's done live, so you can't lie about anything. You know what I mean? Or any fake news. But also, I love doing the. So I've got to shout out Camp Beagle too. Like who were where they're testing on, where they're breeding dogs at Camp Beagle, then they send them all around the country to be tested on. So that was another thing. Like, what was really good, what I've done.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah.
So you've been doing a lot of things that are really, really exciting, then, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think they are anyway, and I love the fact that you're opening up other areas, not just.
Yeah, that's why I changed it to BB Media instead of BB Audits, because with the audits, I was really only stuck to a couple of things really. So now I can expand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And there's only one more hotel inspector. You know what I mean? Out there. And that's AY.
Big up AY.
That's what I'm saying. AY is the #1 hotel investigator. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, AY's got his niche, and it's good that you've got your niche, and it's good that you're both honest people.
But we'll do stuff together too. We've got things planned for this year.
Oh, good. I can't
Yeah.
wait for that. Two of my favourite auditors to sit and watch and review.
Yeah.
That'd be brilliant. Because you do both make me giggle.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you're,
like
and
a
you're
pair of
both
old ladies together.
yeah, and you're both so sort of like easy with each other that it's
Yeah.
nice. Do you know what
Well,
I mean?
we know each other. We know each other inside out. You know what I mean? So like, if he pees me off or I pee him off, you know what I mean? It'll be over and done with him in seconds. You know what I mean? We know each other inside out. So like, we know what triggers each other and that.
Yeah.
And I've never ever fallen out of him. As long as I've known him, I've never ever fallen out of him. Never.
Yeah, he's a good bloke. I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about Abi because he's not here. But all of the stuff that's happened recently, I just think people are so unfair because he's not like that at all.
No.
But you know how the propaganda goes on these channels.
Well, I mean,
and
that's why we just roll with it. We don't care. We don't care what people say. And the thing
the
is,
best way to be, yeah.
we literally don't. It goes in one ear and out the other. You know what I mean? And that's it. All I care about, who cares what how I am? It's my family, and that's it. Anything else, like people know who I am, and that's it.
Yeah, people are saying it's only caused from jealousy anyway.
Yep.
But we all know that. So you went over to France. I know that you went on Danny Tomo's and you talked a little bit about that anyway. So we're not going to go into too much details of that. If you want to see his France breakdown, go to Danny Tomo's. He did a really good. He did a good interview on there.
Yeah, that was my first time. This is actually my only second time doing one of these. So Danny Tomo, then you. So yeah.
Jojo said you give the best hugs, and she had to get two. I can imagine he's got a bear hug. That's what I reckon. He's got one of those big sort of like bear hugs. Come here, girl. Yeah.
But
So
yeah, France.
go on.
France was an eye opener. Like, so when we was in Paris, that there is just I thought Paris, like we all see Paris on the TV, you know what I mean? So we're all seeing it all lit up, all beautiful and that, but it's a whole different world. It is so it's I don't know what I can say on it, but it's a shithole. Complete shithole.
Oh
It
God.
it is horrible. Like
It's sad, isn't it, when you think it was once iconic and people went there for like their love trysts.
Yeah, and and what they've got, how we've got it over here with the migrants, they've got it worse. But all them over there are waiting to come over here.
Oh God,
that's the thing. Like, it is so lawless and so dangerous, especially on the outskirts of Paris, just like the northern side where the towns are and that. That's where they are, under the bridges. And then you're going into then when you get under Paris, you've got all the looky men and all the scammers and all that.
Oh blimey.
Yeah,
And that's what's said in here.
yeah, so bad.
It is. It's frightening because if you think that they're really bad there, once they get here, they're going to be doing the same, aren't they?
Yeah. And like these camps have got, like some of these camps, it's a bit where it's winter, so there ain't as much, but there's still on the main camp. There's still good Fazan on there, and then the one up near, so that's Dunkirk. And then you got the one at Calais, and that one up there is about, you got about 500-600, and that's the lawless one. That's the one where that's the one where they get on the lorries, and we was told do not go in that camp. Well, like we was going to listen to that, and we actually went in there for about 10 minutes, but yeah, that's the one where like it's so dangerous. They've got guns and everything in them.
Wow. Do you reckon those guns are coming across, or you don't know? You've not seen them?
I ain't too sure on that, but the French police, they actually dug up a load of guns last year, didn't they? In the Calais one. No, in the Calais one. No, the Dunkirk one, sorry, I think it was. They dug up a load of guns. It was on the news and that.
People are asking, is it anywhere near the Disneyland in Paris?
That's near, so near the Eiffel Tower. I think that's about half hour from there, I think. So you might be all right there. It's the other way, about 30 minutes the other way. But don't walk around at night. If you're going to go to Paris, then you just want to go around the Eiffel Tower a bit. Stay around that little bit. You can go inside. There's plenty of doing now. Then you got a few little shops, and then you got the Diana Memorial thing, and where she passed away under the bridge. But I won't go anywhere else walking around at night. Just stick to that bit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, blimey! You know what? It really scares me because I don't understand how we got. Well, I do know how we got into this mess, but I don't understand why our government are allowing it to go on, and it's going to get worse. We can see it's going to get worse.
It's all money.
So one of the things I noticed was that you said that there was women in the camps. Where do you think those women are going?
So what we're gathering, you might get a couple on the boats, coming over, because so basically from the 25th of January to the 5th, from the 25th of December to the 5th of January, there was only one boat left in that time. That was on the 5th in a few months about children being on the boat.
Okay. And
then the women, they must probably being, you know what's happening to them, so they must be being chucked overboard.
You really believe that? That's what's
you ain't seeing them coming. Then we are hearing stories of being raped on there and then chucked over.
Oh my God.
So that's what you hear. So, and we ain't seeing them. We ain't seeing every person what comes off of them boats we're seeing at the moment, all fighting age men.
Wow.
But there is women in them camps, because that's what I wanted to go out there to prove, because we were being told there's no women and children in them camps, and I went out there and proved that there is women and children in them camps. That was my main thing. I wanted to prove that there is.
Yeah, because as soon as you said there was women and children, that was the first thing that piqued my interest, because I was like, but they're not coming here. So what's happening to these people?
Well, they've got to get past the men too, ain't they?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. And them men have got a chance of freedom, like coming to the UK and getting on them boats. They're going to not be letting them women. They're going to be pushing their way through, ain't they?
Yeah.
And it is a fight to get on them too.
Wow. Wow. So that's really sad, because that's an angle I've never even thought about, you know.
Yeah.
And it's something that we need to sort of like ponder on as well, because it's terrible.
You had them coming on boats, you had them coming on lorries, and you also have them being flown into Manchester Airport, sometimes 500 a night.
But me personally, BB Media, I wouldn't mind if it was women and children as much. Me personally.
Someone's got a problem with immigration either, as long as it's all done through the right routes. You know what I mean? This ain't the thing. It ain't about, we're saying, because this country runs on immigration, but it's got to be done properly and through the right routes. None of these men were coming over are fetted, right? So I heard another thing, right? So they were they're bringing them over, right? Then they're doing checks on them while they're in this country and saying they're okay. But what about from where they've come from and what they've done out there?
Exactly.
So like, they ain't got everyone's coming over. All their birthdays are the 1st of January. They all reckon they're 15. You can see that in my video. I speak to one bloke who says he's 20. Well, I'm with him, and then the other one says he's 15, and you can look at him and you can see he's well in his 20s. Wants to be a footballer, and the other one wants to be a boxer.
Yeah, they're all lying about their age, aren't they?
Yeah.
And the government were complicit in that, because when that first came out, people could see the ages of these bald-headed men in a lot of cases with full-grown beards weren't kids. So they started blacking out the coach windows so that we couldn't see them when they were coming through.
All you've got to go and do is give them a dental, take them to the dentist and check their teeth. You can tell that way by their age straight away.
Yeah. Well, apparently it was against their human rights, but I don't know if they've found a new way of doing it now, because I think the government are going to have to start changing up soon.
Well, he'll be out this year.
But the other thing that I liked was that when you went out there, you didn't go out with an arrogant attitude and turn up and say, oh, we want to come in, we want to have a look. You actually took stuff for the people that were in there, which was a bit more humanitarian. Yeah, that's
the thing. The only way to, I've got pop out, so I'm just getting trained. So the only way to get in them places is by building a bit of trust. People saying, why are you feeding them? So, well, if I didn't feed them or give them something, I might change some bread and some water and that, we won't get in there. Yeah. And I went into the camps what people ain't been into. Like, we was actually right in there. Like, some of them have actually got in their tents little suitcase generators and that. Where are they getting these from?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Do you know what it reminds me of, BB, when I was watching the footage? It reminds me of, you know, have you seen the tent cities that have sprung up in America, that they've got all the bushes and stuff?
Yeah.
It reminded me of that, and it also reminded me of ghettos in Nigeria and stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same sort of context. You see, this is the thing, isn't it? I'm not so hardened that I don't feel for the people. I just don't want the troublemakers here. That's all it is.
Yeah,
I do not want, and I don't want us overridden with people bringing down our infrastructure that we can't cope with.
Look, at the end of no one wants to see women and children hurt or anything like that, and no one wants to see women and children living in war-torn countries. But the thing is, why are all the men coming over and leaving the women in? And they can't, and people can't say they're not, because we've spoken to them and we've had interviews with the migrants who have said they've left their wives and children out there. You know what I mean? So like people can't. So that's the thing. No one's against any of that. But the thing is, where are all the women and children? Why is it just men coming constantly?
Yeah, and it's the elephant in the room as well, isn't it? The fact that when they're coming here, they're trying to change the culture and all the rest of it. That's what we don't want. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a Christian country. You know what I mean? It's not a Muslim country or anything like that. You know what I mean? Come over and respect. No, we're not saying we don't respect your religion, but you got to come over here and respect us and respect our religion.
Yeah. So, what was the worst thing that you saw out there that shocked you? Do you think?
Just how they're living. Like, they have literally, the government, the French government have got a duty to house them. It's actually on their website too. The French government have got to house them, and how they're living, like the children too, are in like tents, and so the tents are on top of pallets, and under that pallet is just water, like puddles and puddles of water.
Oh God!
Like, living conditions is just like, and then just walking past bags of human feces and things like that.
Oh my God!
You know, but it's just a whole different world out there.
Do you think, though, that some of that is that they deliberately allow it to stay like that, to play on the heartstrings of other people, so that they could go, look how they're living, you know, they need to be taken into society?
We've got an undercover migrant now, he is basically working for us. We've got an undercover migrant now who is sending us videos daily. I've not put any of mine out yet. Well, I put a couple out, but I've got a few more what they've sent me now. Right, and one of the videos where he's sending us now, I've actually put this one out, is actually on my video what I've done in front. So it's at the end of it. You go to the end of it, there's actually a basketball court, like indoors sports hall thing, and on all inside there is just all army beds, So they go there at night time and they've got to be out by 7:30 in the morning. And in the video, you can hear women and children in the background too.
So there is a little bit of propaganda going on because we're imagining that they're in the tents all night.
Yeah, not all of them. Some of them get to go in this hall. I don't know why they're going to this hall, because this is what I'm trying to find out, why they're in the hall, or how they're getting in the hall, or is it certain ones, or they're on a rota, some can stay there one night, and then others, or I don't know how it actually works, but I need to find this out.
Okay, so that's what you're going to be trying to find out in the future. That's good. Yeah. And it's good that you've got somebody inside now that can send you stuff and try and explain stuff.
It's actually the one we was I got the food to, the first I met.
Don't do that, because anything could happen.
Yeah, it's all good, love.
BB, you know.
Yeah, but it's all good.
So yeah, that's really interesting. So there's protest on this weekend, isn't there?
Yes.
Down at Dover and that. Are you going to be filming any of that, do you think, or you're not sure yet?
Yeah, I'm going to go. So basically, I've got to talk to Dan actually. I think I'm going to go back on this thing, but I've got to talk to him, but find out actually what's happening. But the gist of it, what I'm getting is the protest is going to start at 2:00 once the people have left and they're over in France and they're safe, and we know they're over there. Then the protest over here will start.
Okay. Yeah, don't let too much strategy out.
No, well, that's what he's saying. That's what he said. He said it online.
Yeah, I know. It is what he said. Yeah, he said after 2:00. Didn't he?
Yeah, so I don't know anything else what's actually happening because I ain't spoken to him. So what I know is what everyone else knows.
Yeah, I'm glad though that we've got some sensible auditors like yourself that is actually covering that, because there's going to be. I think he put a call out that women are welcome at the Dover part, and I was like, okay, well, that we need footage of that just to make sure that the women are safe and stuff. You know what I mean? So,
I actually did say to him, I actually said it on when I was on live with him, that France is a no-go. Do not take women to France. Because at the end of the day, we'll be looking after the women and looking after ourselves. But really, we want to be looking after ourselves and not have to worry about looking after women at the same time.
Yeah, I agree.
It's too dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. I mean, I've got a bit, BB. I'm a bit sceptical. I'm a bit worried whether whatever, because we don't know what he's got planned, right? No. So your imagination runs away with you, doesn't it, a little bit? But
there's going to be no violence. I know that he's not going out there for violence, because the minute you go out there to be violent, the minute you touch one of them boats and slash it, you are getting arrested, no matter what.
Yeah.
And then it's just then you won't be able to go back out there. Full stop. It just ruins everything. But if we keep putting pressure on them, keep going out there, getting loads of people out there, getting numbers out there, keep videoing it, keep documenting it, then you're putting pressure on the governments.
Yeah, I agree with you. So really, it's like a pressure cause that you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. So it will be. This is why I'm eager and can't wait to see the footage when you get back and stuff and be able to review it. I mean, I'm sure that some of it will be live as well. But
I'm not going France.
Yeah, no, but you're going Dover, aren't you?
I'm going Dover. I'm going to go live, so it'll all be live.
Good.
But I'm not going France this time. I'm waiting until it gets warmer, to when the boats are going to be coming like constant, because I want to proper document it, where they're coming from and like everything. So I want to wait till it gets a bit warmer, so maybe March, April time, because we know they're going to be coming daily, and it won't be just one boat leaving. It'll be quite a few every day.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish you well. I think you've got a lot of prospect. I think that your channel's really good. I think you're a really respectful guy. I'm so pleased that you come up and spoke to us.
No, thank you for having me.
And I wish you well, baby. I don't want to drag you out on here for too much longer, because I know you've got other things to be doing.
Yeah, no, I've got to pop out and do something for the wife quickly. But I will come back up. No problem again.
Yeah, definitely. And anytime you want to come up to discuss what you've seen, what you've experienced that doesn't come across in the footage, please do, because this is what we want. We want people to tell us what they're seeing, what they're feeling, what they've heard, you know, all of this stuff, because it helps us have a bigger understanding of everything. And especially when you've got that guy on the inside, that's going to be brilliant now. Yeah, no, I also want to give a shout out to the Iranian people too, because they are such lovely people. And the weekend, they just really took to me. Oh, yeah. It come across though that it was a good protest and well organised and everything else. Yeah, no, it was. I was absolutely disgusted what the police did the evening before the one when you went down. I actually managed to get an interview with the 70-year-old that was beaten up. The bloke, I actually got an interview with him. Well, a couple of them actually. Yeah. I've only just put this on the TV, so I'm only seeing people's messages now. So thank you, everyone. Big up to all. Oh yeah, they're all BB supporters here. Don't worry, you won't get no dislike here. I've only just seen it all just now. I've only just put it on. I forgot to put it on the TV. I've been looking at the phone. They're all saying good. It was a good demo. Stay safe, BB. Yeah, I see that. And I see what Donna's just put up now. Thank you, everyone. Yep. Yeah. We all love the work that you're doing. Big up Pam. Big up Mods. Big up the AY. And big up Goops. Yes. Big up Goops. No, thank you. All right. I'm going to drop you off now and let you go off to your wife. Yeah, so I'll just end this, or do you end it? Because I can't do this. I'll drop you out. Don't worry, I'll drop you out. As Lynn would say, it's my old age. It's the same for all of us. Yeah. But what I will say is, Yeah, stay safe. Take care. We're all rooting for you. We all root for AY as well, but we're all rooting for you with your footage and everything. And I think big things are in store for you. We've got a lot of respect for you. We're really grateful because there's a lot of people that can't actually get out and do these protests and everything else.
Yeah.
But they, you know,
But that's where we come in, Andy, because we feel
exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you, and give my regards to your wife.
I will do. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it? I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. I think he's a lovely person, and can't wait to see in the future what's going to happen. He says he's got some exciting things coming up, and I believe that yeah, he's going to be going in the right direction. Big up, BB. Big up, BB. So that was the nice stuff. That was the good stuff. But people said to me, they said, someone sent me, well, not someone, I had a few people, and I don't normally read my messages, and someone come into my side chat, not side chat, what do you call it when it's the chat, the main chat? You know when you do a video and someone writes underneath your video? Well, someone wrote there and then removed it, but when you've got a channel, you still get to see the message, even if it don't show up. And they said, can you review the rest of the stuff that you was looking at to do with Stripey? And I said, oh, God, I don't really want to. You know, I said all what I wanted to say on my channel. And they write, no, you haven't looked at all of that video, and I think you should. So, because I do like to please my audience, I thought, right, I'll have a look at it and see what it is that I've missed. Yeah, so going to have a look at that. And then if I get the time, because we've done 48 minutes now, I'm not a people pleaser, but I do like my own side chat. You know, I do like my own side chat. And when it's somebody that I respect from my own side chat, I will take into consideration what they ask for. You left one in the Discord that is deleted showing how vile it was. So we're going to have a look at this. It might be deleted. It might be deleted, but I don't think it is. So it's the last part of this video that we're. So let's just have a look at it and get it over and done with. And then after that, we don't need to talk about it no more. Well, that is unless people keep going on about it. If people keep going on about it, unfortunately, you're going to end up fucking reviewing it, aren't you? Because that's what I do. I do review stuff, but okay. Picture up first, I think, because otherwise people say they've missed something. So there we go. There's a picture up. So he's inside his car.
Just get a little. Yeah.
Right, he said if you do go, don't go out the area, don't disappear. So why is he being told that? Has he got an habit of disappearing off and doing stuff, has he?
Chaps, what's the deal here then with the? I mean, I'm not sure why you guys have walked down to him, just to make sure there's no crazy disturbance or. What did you say for the Belcher? Right, okay. I mean, she claims that you said I can't be here. Is that true? Okay. I mean, I'm not here to create division amongst the community. I mean, these are supposed to be the people I'm advocating for, so I don't really.
So, unless I missed something, I don't believe the woman did claim the police said that they couldn't come there. She said it was the pink ladies and other people that, a lot of other people that didn't particularly want them there because they've been antagonising the police and stuff. That's what I got from it. He was the one who said that police can't say that I can't go anywhere, but I don't think she actually used the words, but maybe she did. Can't remember.
Understand what their issue is. I know it seems like it's something personal, but again, I'm not here to cause you trouble, but if I think things are going to kick off, I'll probably just go anyway. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, that's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie, because if he thought things were going to kick off, he would have left anyway. You went and antagonised her into an argument. Right, so you can see that AY and Stripey shook hands. They don't have a problem with each other at that point. I don't even know if they've got a problem with each other now, to be fair.
Mystic, mate, you all right?
A greeting for Mystic, so they were fine there as well.
All right. There you go, mate. So I'm just coming down to document exactly who it is that want me here. So you don't want me here.
It's not people don't want because of the divide between the pink ladies and the purpose of what it is down here. They don't.
I really don't know what it's got to do with me. I've only met the pink ladies here once. I never even spoke to them. So I don't see how that's a divide, what I've caused. But I'm just trying to establish, because you've come to my window in my car and said to me that I can't be, I'm not welcome in Epping.
That's right.
Okay, but why?
Because of the grief and the aggravation that you're causing, and people are following you.
I'd love to know what grief this is.
Look at your lives.
No, I do watch my lives, but I don't understand what grief you're talking about. It's mental. You're saying to me that I'm creating a divide, but you're not actually giving me examples of what I've done wrong. I think what it is you've got a personal bias against me for some reason. I've never met you before, so I don't know why that is. But
Right,
there you go.
Round down the road, yeah, like filming her, yeah, he's a little bit.
Oh, you're getting that for clicks. That's
No, this is for my...
There you go. Abo says, Stripey, go down the road filming now. It's a bit, it's not on. I agree. Why are you doing this? Why are you putting it on film? Why not have this conversation off film? Like I said before. But it's interesting that we can see that he's following her as well. She's walking away and he's following her by his footage. We can see this.
Documentation. So people say, why weren't you at...
I told you the other day at the Marriott what you was like, yeah?
And what's that then?
No, you said you're fucking grass and you're fucking...
Well, that ain't true, is it?
Right, so there's somebody calling him a grass. I don't know what that's about. I'm not getting involved in that because I don't know what that's about. But this woman is actually angry with him. That's another pink lady. Nothing to do with Abi.
Don't attack me, mate. Don't attack me. Fucking hell, mate. Don't fucking film. Back away. Back away.
Right, so this is one of the mystics. He's basically got his hands behind his back and saying, don't film her. He did push him away once, but you're allowed to do that for self-defense if you believe someone's in imminent danger. But he's saying, well, he didn't even push him. He pushed the camera, didn't he? He sort of covered the camera. And he's got his hands behind his back and he's saying, don't film her.
Back away. Fucking hell. You know what I mean? This is why we document, to prove ourselves. Fuck off, you. I'm off skis anyway. Fuck. Bollocks, you. If you don't want me to stand and advocate for you lot, then I won't.
Right, he said, I'm off skis anyway. If you don't need me to advocate for you, I won't. So why didn't you just leave at that point? If that's what you were going to do, why not just leave? And I don't think you are advocating for them because your videos that you've put out has all been about yourself.
Well, I weren't even here for you anyway. I was here for the people of Epping. I'm not aggressive. No, I'm just a bit loud because I've been shouted at by people. Well, I'm not.
What's on a youngster, yeah? On a youngster. I don't chat with you, so it's not just going down, it's okay. And it's not, fuck all's been trouble since we got here, sorry. There's been all trouble since... No, he's doing it for him, Dave. You can film me all you fucking like.
Well, we're free fucking country, mate. I will film you, yeah.
Right, yeah, I was going to say that. The elderly gentleman apologised later. Yes, he did, and he apologised profusely afterwards. He even came in my side chat apologising. He said he just got a bit upset for the ladies.
It's just sad, though, isn't it, that we've gotten to this point?
Right, we're not all swearing, all right?
Sorry?
We'll cut the swearing.
Apologies,
Both sides,
yeah.
Cut the swearing, like, guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Across the line.
So there's Abi telling them to calm down. You can see him telling them to calm down.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Mate, he's just a little bit.
I get that, but let's be fair for everyone.
I know you need to be fair for everyone, but it's got a strong affiliation with these ladies. Yeah, same as this. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not. In that manner.
The thing that's kind of mental about all this is I'm not against. Obviously, we all stand on the same side here. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This country's just become so fucking divided. It's unreal. So. Whoa!
Don't fucking push me.
So he grabbed him and shoved him away from her because he would fuck off to the woman. And nobody took offence. It's not a fray, is it?
Right. Andy, do you want to just come with me and we'd fuck off?
I beg your pardon. Irrelevant.
So, Andy, mate, I mean...
I'll tell you what. You know what? I'll tell you what. You're like the Callawans, right? You're like the Callawans, right? I'm going to say put your life through it.
I mean, I'm not even...
You've opened a can of worms. I've got to say I'm going to put on the live stream in a bit. What does that mean? That's a bit of a threat, isn't it? A bit of a grassy threat, I think.
This is just a video at the moment,
but... Don't worry about that. No, look, the rapists there, group. They'll come out there if you want. You want the rapists to come out? Come out. Yeah, I've got photos on my phone and all the proof on my phone.
I mean, it's fine. Oh, mate, you're right. Do you know the saddest thing about all of this is me and Lane have literally had an hour-long phone call today. Yeah, we've sorted shit out.
Exactly, there you go.
And yet you got other people still going with the divide.
You both have big enough to serve to yourself.
And we have.
That's what I told that youngster.
Yeah, I know. And we've sorted it out now.
Two pence left. So I'm sure if I agree with that. I didn't agree with that. The tricks flying about, so I didn't.
Right. Well, I'm not going to hang about because I don't want to be blamed for being the creator of division.
He's being crazy. You're looking to make a complaint, my friend. Hello. Just quickly, mate.
So that Andy bloke says, are you going to arrest them or what? So he's the one that wanted AY arrested. Oh my God, how pathetic.
Yeah, listen, mate. I appreciate you not saying that, but at the end of the day, I don't want to be the person who supposedly created a division. I know, mate. I know.
You hashed it out with him. You've hashed it out over the phone. You've done the grown-up thing. If people want to be childish and drag shit on, let them.
I mean,
but I don't know if people were being childish and dragging it on. I think Delaney situation, how is that? Well, I suppose if that's what they're saying, it's all over. Must all be over that. But then whose fault's that? Stripey and Laney.
Fuck yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Stay here.
Well, I'm going to be leaving. Sorry.
We need someone. I'm not saying pink ladies, and I'm not saying 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock. If everyone's going to be down for 2 o'clock, who have we got backing us? That's why we were asking on Friday at the Marriott if you were coming, you and your wife. Because if we don't, we won't have anyone. I don't know what's going on. We really don't.
It's the same sort of shit that's happening with Danny and Ryan, for example. Like the whole country, the whole right side of this country. Danny Tomo, who does all the stop the boats and all that, right? They've had a bit of a barmy and a fallout, and it's sad, isn't it? Because ultimately we're on the same side.
We're all here for a reason. This is what I'm saying. Really, we need to get together. Everyone pulling together.
Where's I don't understand all this.
Yeah,
it doesn't need to be a divide, and I'm not being fake.
But I thought I didn't even know they'd even be in it. To be honest, I don't even care about if they were because I've got nothing against the ladies. They're on the same side as us, right? No, mate, at the end of the day, I don't listen. She's been, well, she didn't want to get involved in this now, so she stayed in the car.
Fucking no, but everyone who don't want you ever be going anyway.
No, I know, but.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
We know about anyway. We won't go there. We won't go there.
He ain't staying anyway.
No.
He's not saying he's got other commitments. That's what I'm saying. We need someone to.
The only reason why they're trying to make you go is to make our protest look pathetic.
Yeah. All right, mate. Look, I'm going to say to the ladies quick.
So what is all this separate protests? It's quite sad, really, that you've got separate residents doing separate protests. But then again, it's good that you've got things in shifts. Hold on one second. I've got to go off. Hold on. Let me play this.
No, I don't know why you get involved. So what? It's not your business. It's not your business to be nosy.
All right, but at the end of the day, I just want to clarify and I'm going to go off. I just want to say my piece and I'm gone. I'm just going to say my piece and I'm gone. I'll keep this down. You don't want it in your face, but hear me out. It's down. I'm keeping it in case I get attacked by weaves. All right, then I'll talk. If you're not interested, all right, well, then I tried. Never mind. They're not interested people. You know, even though me and Lane have sorted it out now, trying to stop this division, you got people that just couldn't care less. So.
Don't be petty. Just stay here. Stay here. No, mate.
I know what you're saying. I'd rather shoot. Because.
Yeah, but you've come a fucking long way. It's good for your content.
Well, we can fuck off to a hotel and go film some migrants. Something to do.
Phoenix is up the road.
Yeah.
That's fucking wrong. You go to Crawley next month. It'll be the first.
I mean, if there's any events and stuff, yeah, I can go.
There's one at Cockburn on the first. I'm going to that one.
I don't know what the Pink Ladies' problem is with me here because I've never said a bad word about them.
They shouldn't be in that.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, we shouldn't even be thinking of it that way, though, should we? I bet. Well, I don't want to put too much of my own 2 cents into it because
Apparently, you're a little bit loose with it.
to me.
Yeah. To police officers.
Oh, that'll.
She's been loose up to you?
Yeah, exactly. So,
That's why they're not very happy.
right, but the thing is, right, and I can agree that I get a bit gobby towards old Bill. I know that, but the thing is, I only do it to old Bill, who I believe aren't upholding their legal duties as officers.
Apparently, like, you kick off for no reason.
Yeah. To be fair, disagree with that. I've got. I don't.
I spent one evening with you and everything was fine. So
Well, do you remember when last week we were down by the fence and Andy snuck in? I only engaged with the old Bill once they started trying to police a civil matter and all that crap.
It's just a verbal shit.
I'm feeling like you're causing a divide.
You're not.
You're
No,
not.
I know I'm not.
The divide's already happened.
I know I'm not.
It's just people trying to pick their favourites and kiss up arse.
Yeah. Look, I know this, but at the end of the day,
When did you? Is that for us?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's for me, but I'm cat.
well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's my Mustang. He's on his chat. It's my Mustang. Yeah.
I would.
Two ones is, red one's totally Chinese.
I'll be honest. I don't know why anyone got physical view there for.
No, because I told him, fuck off. So I said, you've had your process, now fuck off. That's what I said. Because I swore it was.
Yeah.
It's not really sworn out, it's told fuck off, basically.
I mean,
So the man knew why because of what you said to the woman. You said, you've had your protest, now fuck off.
don't get me wrong.
I could have had him arrested, but not really fun. I ain't fucking like that.
No, I know it's not.
Everyone wants you here. That's the thing.
Listen, no one wants to divide. We have certain times. We've been coming since they got.
They've divided the protest, yeah.
They've divided. Always already divided that. She's already divided it, and I've said it.
Oh, I'm not being funny. I'll say one thing now. With the way that one came out saying about how you're fucking, it's a grass and all that, it comes from, that's stemmed from Lane's side of things. But me and Lane have sorted it out now, right?
You know what? Can we get Lane up next week with you? We'll play it together.
Can I ask?
Can I
I don't know how much you sorted out.
In the car. Mustang.
So it's all because of a personal falling out between Stripey and Lane, but he can't see that he's the problem. Madness.
Because she didn't want to get out and get involved in all this. So I'm going to go back to the car now. I don't want to leave her on her own.
Yeah, I was going to go. Let me go.
Yeah, if you want to come chat with her, yeah, she's all right.
I tell you what, you say you spoke over Lane, how well, obviously.
Like, we spent an hour on the phone earlier.
Would you both come up next week together?
I'd come up, well, not literally, we wouldn't carpool together, but I could get here and...
And he'd be here. And him be here.
Okay.
Well, so she goes down to see Emma. So nothing to
I think ladies don't want me here.
I told Kathy to fuck off.
I'm only on, it's not, it's a video.
I told Kathy to fuck off.
Yeah.
I said, "Your process, fuck off." Should I swear it?
I think ladies don't want me here. Apparently I got off at the old bill too much. Apparently I'm a grass.
I said, don't have a fucking attitude. That's what Andy says. Yeah, to be honest, I don't like it. They're all coming to strike.
See, I don't know all the ins and outs of this because once I realised that these two are falling out, I just avoided them both. So I don't know all the ins and outs of Cat's arsehole with these two. There's been no post-mortem, so I don't know. You know, but people are saying in my side chat that this fella actually doxed Laney, who I thought was meant to be his fucking mate. They were also angry because last week he caused a disturbance with police. Let me put that comment up. You know, with police and the protesters want to keep them on side. Okay. You know, but all of this is nothing to do with AY, isn't it? On the road with Bella said it's the old guy stirring it up. Yeah, he did dox Lane, so did Emma. See, I don't like doxers. All I says, I don't even know who this Laney is. Well, I didn't bother taking much notice of them always. Once they're another pair of auditors, Stripey and Laney. I've met Laney on Society X's. He seems all right to talk to on there. I spoke to him for 2 minutes, so I can't base my whole judgment on that. But once he started going on about, oh, I was meant to be friends with Stripey and, you know, in the real world, and he's done this and he's done that, I was like, oh, God, not another fucking lot. So I just didn't bother. I just didn't bother because I didn't want to get dragged into that argument, you know. Because you know what everyone's like with me always. It's like, oh, yeah, look, even them two have fell out and it'll be Jupiter's fault. So I was like, nah, fuck this. Oh, I'm not getting into that, Captain Jenner. I didn't hear that. I'm not getting into that. Fucking hell. Unless there's actual kosher proof, I'm not making allegations like that. It's mad.
That's why they. That's why on Friday. Why did he come up to you?
That, again, that's all because of some bullshit between me and Lane. We've sorted that now.
Yeah.
Because Lane, I'm going to shoot, mate. Well, where are they all at? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah, they're all to stay in.
Well, let me swing the car around and slap it on that side anyway.
I'll do it.
Yeah, but I also don't want to be blamed for creating division.
There's fucking division before that anyway.
You still have a lady. Could you and Laney be together? Not say car, but can you both be in the same?
I can speak to him, yeah.
Get me next week. You can both be together. This is the things I'm saying. Bottom line is, you two get on. What's the problem?
Yeah, no, I agree.
And the division was fucking out you anyway. Won't stand there.
Yeah, I know.
It's people getting into the fucking problems, trying to pick sides, which is true. Everyone's trying to pick sides of everything at the moment.
But this is the same side. Do you know what I mean?
They're political. They're not here for one. They're not here for the reason we all are. You know, don't
What does she mean they're not political? You're at a protest with a fucking British flag. If you're at a protest with a British flag, it is political. What's she on about? We're not political.
Yeah. Right. We're going to sort this out. Spin the car around. I imagine Emma probably just stay in the car now. So.
One bird, like I say. It's probably funny you did last week, didn't you?
What gets me? Yeah. But what gets me with all of this is the fact that me and Lane have literally spent an hour on the phone earlier. This is half the reason. Me and her have a little bit. She's a bit pissed off with me because I've sorted it out with Lane. She thinks I'm being too soft and letting it go. But I'm just trying to do the greater good thing. Yeah, I'm trying to do the greater good thing. So I've done all that. And now I'm getting. Well, I'm going to jump back in. How are we all doing? Stripey's back! Stripey's back! Hello!
Oh, I never went anywhere.
Their problem is, I don't know what their problem is.
Yeah.
Well, I know. You know, Lane's sick of it and all. Lane can't be arsed with all this division, nor can I. And we're just moving forward now. But some people are still trying to hash out the same old shit, you know? Oh, hey! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We love you, car, mommy. What do you do? Oh my God. We love you. Right, I appreciate you, lot, but come on. I'm embarrassed now. No, yeah, here you go. Advocate for Emma here. There you go. We love you, Emma. We love you, Emma. Tommy Robertson. Yeah, shout Tommy's name. Oh, Tommy Robertson.
Yeah. So you're not being divisive, but you are. Yeah, it does appear there's quite a few people that actually like the bloke there. I'm not going to say that they don't. So it would seem one lot don't like him and one lot do like him. But I don't, for the life of me, understand why AY got nicked for an incident that was all around them lot. Absolutely fucking nuts. It's all fucking EastEnders, isn't it? No, always. He got nicked for that incident that we just reviewed. Sarah's come in here and wrote some stuff that I can't comment on something. If it has been edited, I haven't seen it, have I? I can't comment on that. Know what I mean? You're making the allegation that it's been edited out. I can't, but I've not seen it, so you know. Exactly, Louise. It's all become a little bit too silly, isn't it? I don't know. So let me see if I can find the video to do with DJE that everyone keeps on Ron's channel. I did promise them yesterday that I would put the full history one out if I've got it here still. Let's have a look. Friar Tuck did give me the link, so I can always get it again if. Is that it? No. Where is it? Right, here it is. Okay. Again, there is a discretion with this video. We're going to put it out, and we're going to put it out in its totality, because some people still refuse to believe just how bad DJE Media was. And so I'm going to put it out. They asked me yesterday and said, can I put it out in full? I said, yes, I can. So here we go. So just the people that might not be able to read, says, warning, the following content includes sexually explicit descriptions of those who have experienced trauma, have experienced abuse or trauma. Please exercise caution if you have experienced abuse or you're easily upset. So let's move it on past the warning bit. What's this bit? Please do not contact, approach or harass the individual featured in this video. Please leave it to the authorities to deal with him. If you are one of the victims, you should contact the police at once and or seek professional legal advice. Okay. What's this bit? Any YouTuber whose videos have been removed due to a defamation complaint about this individual is welcome to download and forward this video to YouTube in aid of appeal, or simply download the evidence provided in the video description. So if you go to this, I will drop the link in the side chat for anybody who wants it, or actually Friar Tuck can do it because he's the one who went and got me the video for me. There is documents, I believe, that are in the description of this particular video. So let's start playing.
As many of you will know, recently there was an online spat between AY Audits and this man, Curtis Arnold, better known as DJE Media. The crux of it is that AY Audits alleges that Curtis Arnold is a convicted sex offender who is subject to a sexual harm prevention order.
Oh my God, look who it is. It's fucking DJ Media. He's over there. We've actually got him. Let me get up there. Look who it ain't. It's Curtis Arnold. Curtis! 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 Come! Come, Curtis! Come, Curtis! Come on, Curtis! Come! 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 Come on! What's that? No, come! Curtis, come here! Come! Don't be scared, man! Don't be scared! What's that, buddy?
Is that your son now?
No, he's got a sexual harm prevention order against him. He's a YouTuber. He's got a sexual harm prevention order.
That's why he's on that side.
That's why he's there with a bodyguard. That's why you don't come to London. That's it, Curtis, come.
You're going to try moving now.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, nice one, yeah. Curtis! 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 If I'm wrong, I'll say I apologise if I'm wrong. Yeah, but come. Come. Because you talk too much online, bro. You talk too much online. That's what you do. You're a little wrong, man. It's got a sexual harm prevention order. That one. A little wrong, man. Look. Welcome to London, Curtis. Bro. I know. Look, he's ducking out.
Is it true? Does Curtis Arnold, aka DJE Media, have a sexual harm prevention order? Well, to be fair, AY Audits is not the only one making the allegation, and Curtis Arnold made a response video that went on for over an hour in which he somehow managed to avoid addressing the allegation directly. The nearest he came to addressing it was here.
All the stuff about me, it's already out there. People have already seen it. They've made their own minds up. It is what it is, right? There's no credible source from any of it. It's the Sun and Daily Mail and an ex. Essentially, you've got an ex-girlfriend, the Sun and Daily Mail. Wow, like 3 really credible sources there, right?
I think it's time we looked into the truth of this allegation. First, let's go back to early 2023.
Friends of the missing Lancashire woman, Nicola Bulley, are marking 2 weeks since her disappearance with fresh attempts to find out more information about what happened to her. They've been holding up posters of her along the roads close to where she was last seen walking her dog in St Michael's on Wire. Police believe she fell into the water, but they say they are keeping an open mind about what happened to her.
Somebody who kept a very open mind about what happened to her was Curtis Arnold. He launched his own investigation into the Nicola Bulley case on YouTube under the channel name Curtis Media. I'm not going to suggest that everything he did and said in regard to the late Nicola Bulley was wrong or misguided. There will always be something new and useful to uncover, especially if you go against the grain of the mainstream media. But one thing he did that attracted a lot of justifiable criticism was that he filmed the recovery of her body from the river by the police. It's not that I'm against him doing that in principle, if there's a point to it. It's not a very sensitive thing to do, and I do feel sorry for her family. But if there is a journalistic reason for it, then maybe it is right. The difficulty is in understanding what the point was that would make it right. For instance, it might have been a justified thing to do if there was evidence of some sort of cover-up, but there wasn't. She fell in the river. It's not a surprise that her body was found there. Filming the police take the body out of the river doesn't add anything. What Curtis did in those weeks and months that he spent up in Lancashire was engage in the well-worn game of finding little gaps and inconsistencies in the official work of the police and spinning these into a sinister conspiracy. It's a classic game of finding what you went looking for. For all I know, there may have been more to the Nicola Bulley affair than the police are telling us. Maybe there was some sort of sinister conspiracy going on, but the boring reality of it is that there will always be small errors and inconsistencies in everything, things that can't be explained, things that seem odd and out of place. It doesn't usually add up to anything bigger. The reason I start by mentioning Arnold and his mindset, he's a very cynical man. He moved on from the Nicola Bulley case to auditing. He picked up on the trend and pursued it for around 18 months, during which time his channel grew substantially in subscriber numbers. For a while, he called himself Audit the Dealer and went round car showrooms and garages. His visits to car showrooms often showed attractive women.
Yeah.
Do a quick video.
Yeah, definitely.
But you've been. What car would you? What car would you choose if you had a choice?
I quite like a Cayenne GTS.
Yes.
Yeah. I like the coupe, so like the one behind you where it slopes down at the back.
Over here.
If you're driving to their kind of standard day-to-day driving, that is pretty accurate.
Right.
If obviously it's on a winter day, you've got your heated cabin away, heated seats on, it will drop.
Right.
But yeah.
To the naive observer, most of this will seem relatively harmless. Why it may be of concern will shortly become apparent. While he was making these videos, concerns were expressed about the possibility that the filming was exploitative and that he was making some of his subjects feel uneasy. Now, in the interests of balance, I should add that one or two of the car showrooms he visited during these months did welcome him and even offered him free gifts.
Memento of your visit.
For me?
For you.
I appreciate that.
That's all right.
Did you see that? That's the first, that is, mate.
Yeah.
First time I've had that
I'm
since.
probably a bit too old for this one, which is a toy car, but at least it's.
Oh, my granddad loved that though.
There you go. It's a 911.
Yeah,
so.
he loves that. Just off,
we don't charge it.
just off me.
50p like Tesla.
Tesla do. How do you know that? You said the videos,
Yeah, I've seen them.
Have you?
Good to hear, have you here. Really pleased.
I don't want to give you the impression that he was invariably considered a nuisance, but I think it is fair to say that in the overwhelming majority of cases, it was either made clear he wasn't welcome or his presence was tolerated grudgingly. He also visited migrant hotels for a while. At some point, he changed the name of his channel to DJE Media, the name we're familiar with. The story behind that name change is that he changed his own name from Curtis Arnold to Daniel James Edwards. It's not clear, though, whether he actually formalised this name change in some sense, for instance, by deed-poll, or just adopted the new name Daniel James Edwards informally. Convicted earlier this year under the name Curtis Arnold for filming within a prison without authorisation. Anyway, back to the narrative. Eventually, in 2024, Curtis shifted his auditing activity to tourist attractions, especially National Trust properties, as you see here. At all times, his visits were characterised by trespass and aggravated trespass, harassment, refusal to leave when asked, refusal to stop filming when asked, and just general all-round arrogance, stubbornness, and unpleasantness, usually of a passive-aggressive variety. I will add that in lots of his auditing videos, he liked to use titles that insulted his female victims, with the word Karen being a favourite. Almost from the beginning of his YouTube career, rumours started to go round that Curtis Arnold was a convicted sex offender and subject to a sexual harm prevention order. And there was evidence to back up the rumours. First, Mr. Arnold has admitted it himself. In the following video clip, you can hear a constable of Lancashire Police telling him they know he's subject to a sexual harm prevention order, and you can distinctly hear Curtis reply in the affirmative.
West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area, okay? And they've reminded us that you've got a sexual harm revenge.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a sexual harm revenge.
Yeah, yeah.
You clearly heard that, but just in case, let me play it again.
West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area, okay? And they've reminded us that you've got a sexual harm revenge.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a sexual harm revenge.
Yeah, yeah.
When the officer refers to a sexual harm prevention order, Curtis Arnold's response is to say, yeah, yeah, as if he acknowledges and agrees with what the officer has just. And it's one of the reasons I tackled Mr. Arnold's past before. The issue I've always had with this clip is the possibility that it could be dubbed. However, I found the original video from which this clip was taken.
Yeah.
I want to mention is West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area. So what I'm going to say to you is this.
Did you notice the jump there? Let me show you again.
Yeah.
I want to mention is West.
Now, later on, part of the police transcripts, you're going to see the ones that I showed the other day, that I went through the other day. You're going to see that he's not allowed to have any way, shape or form of erasing stuff. He's not meant to be able to download stuff or get rid of stuff. There's a complete deletion there. Complete evidence that he's actually broke his sexual harm prevention order. I don't understand why the police are not enforcing it.
Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area. So what I'm going to say to you is this.
Now let's insert the incriminating clip where the jump is, and then let the video run on for context.
Yeah.
I want to mention is West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area, okay? And they've reminded us that you've got a sexual harm revenge.
Yeah, yeah.
So what I'm going to say to you is this.
I'll now show you the fuller incident the officer is talking about that gave rise to the words of advice he was giving Curtis there, because it shows that this man's behaviour, Curtis's behaviour, is long-standing and his respect level for others is just non-existent.
No, I didn't knock. No, we just wanted to have a walk around. Go on, you go. Sorry, we came in. Yeah, let me come and talk to you. No, we don't do TikTok. No, we actually, technically, we do journalism. Technically,
you're the barber job, aren't you?
I'm the barber. Yes.
Yes, thought you were.
Did you read the media? Did you?
Yeah. Go on, off you go. Off you go.
We actually came on just to look around how big it is. That's what it was.
What do you think you're doing?
Because it was open, we walked in, and
It's not open.
the gentleman here said a lovely lady owns it. If she's here, she'll
Go on,
talk to
off
you.
you go. Off you go. Go on, both of you.
So you got no words to say, no?
No, nothing
No,
to say
no.
about anything. No, I suppose he had.
No, he
Yeah,
just said he's selling his caravan.
Come on, off you go.
We are going, don't worry. We're going. Don't worry. Look, you see how it's open. That's why we walked in, and we thought you'd come out initially, but we didn't see you. So yeah. Anyway, you do realise what the media writes is not always accurate, right?
Everyone lies.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
Go on.
Do you have anything to say about Nicola Bully?
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Go on, nothing at all.
What about the dogs? Do you like dogs?
Go on, off you go.
Okay. She's turning him off, look.
Bugger off.
So guys, Penny has called the police. I think she needs to be careful calling the police. They might start digging around. Who are you?
Yeah. Yeah, police are here, mate.
Move.
Didn't harass nobody, mate. Can do, yeah. Go on, you go first.
My first point is this, right? Just, I understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
I've seen your YouTube channel.
Have you?
Yeah, I have seen your YouTube channel, and I get the purpose of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I tell you what happened today?
Just listen to me for a minute, right? When
Go
it
on.
comes to the local residents,
Yeah.
okay, you could be more respectful of what you're doing. Okay, so for example,
Yep.
going on to the caravan site,
Yep.
I understand that this is public access and that you could walk on there.
One's has to leave. Yeah, I get it.
But,
Yeah.
and she's asked you to leave.
Yeah,
That
we've left.
it isn't respectful, is it? Like,
But
it's
we
not a
haven't.
respectful thing
We
to
haven't
do.
just walked on. There's been a guy in the corner, right? So we've walked to here.
Yeah, the guy in the corner owns that caravan and he's selling it.
But I didn't know that.
Yeah,
right?
I know, but
I'm
it's
here.
not, but it's not normal behaviour.
No, but
to walk
I
onto
came.
the caravan site to approach an individual.
But that's
and
not what.
start
That's
asking
not what happened. Right. So
You're not committing any offences, but I'm just asking you to be more respectful.
no,
of
you're
local
right.
residents.
Like you are right.
Because
yeah.
It's got to a point now where we've had quite a few calls about yourself, and again, it's.
But
you're
apart
not,
from today,
I'm not accusing
it's
you, but
ridiculous.
I'm not accusing you of committing offences. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that I just don't think you're being respectful of local people now. Because
Up until-
I wouldn't come to your neighbourhood
Yeah.
and start filming you, your missus, or your
Yeah.
kids, or whoever.
Yeah, that's fair
and
enough.
Just doing that every day. I wouldn't then go to your mate's house and start because what's happening is I'll just tell you what's actually happening as a backlash of what you're doing.
Go on.
You're fueling a fire online that is accusing.
I'm actually
certain
trying to put it
individuals.
I understand
right.
that,
Right, but there's other people who aren't, and by keeping it going, you just.
If anything, I'm trying to stop speculation. That's different. I didn't plan to go on there today. That just spur of the moment happened today. I've been filming down by the river again. You've seen the videos.
Yeah.
That's to try and stop speculation, to show people, look, you're saying this has happened. It can't have happened because X, Y, Z, right?
Yeah.
Here there's a camera, or there's a camera. That can't have happened. So I'm trying to put it to bed as well.
Right. Just what I would say is, I know you're going to bring up that lad's actions as something that's just happened.
Well, no, he's
But
angry,
hear
isn't he?
me out,
He's angry.
Hear me out. Him being angry is reflected in other people being angry in the community.
Yeah.
And it's going to get to a point where if there's enough people who are reacting like that to you being here, I could lock you up
for what?
For breach of the peace. I genuinely.
But
could.
I'm not breaching the peace, am I?
No, but it'd be to prevent harm to you. So if people are acting like that towards you in the area and being so aggressive and swearing at you, and it's solely because you're here.
That's not normal behaviour
I
either.
know, but because you're antagonising people by getting in the face.
But I haven't.
Yeah, but we obviously have because he was antagonised. That's what I'm saying. That's
We came to that gate. Our plan was to walk out, and he come over and said, "Oh, you're that." Videoed it purely for evidence.
That's because you've been on his nan's land, okay, and you've gone to speak to someone and you've shook his nan up because his nan is shaken up because she's been approached by so many persons.
I didn't approach her.
No, but listen, you've had a word with her on her land.
She called us over and said, "You two, did you knock the door when you come in?" And we said, "No."
Okay,
She goes, "Can you leave?"
She said that you said yes, but anyway, just hear me
No,
out.
she couldn't hear it. No, but we've left.
But she's been approached by numerous peoples like yourself, so it's a cumulative.
Yeah.
You have to think of it in that sense, right?
I get
It's a
that, yeah.
cumulative to the point where people are getting as antagonised as this lad here.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying now is,
No.
what I'm saying now is,
Why?
Yeah, it's all right. You can do if you want. It's a public
I know,
place.
but I'm not.
But just hear me out. It's getting to the point now where if lads are reacting like that, and there's other people going to react like that, eventually we get to a point where I'd have to arrest you for breach of the peace to prevent you from getting harmed. The second thing I want to mention is West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area. So what I'm going to say to you is this: Lancashire Police.
You know what we're doing, right?
Just listen. I know that, but Lancashire Police are getting with your behaviour because we're getting so many calls from local residents that are complaining about your behaviour.
But my behaviour, apart from going on there today, which was a one-off, I can, if I want to walk up and down the river filming, which is what I've been doing mostly. You've seen that.
Yeah, I understand.
I can do that.
Yeah, I understand that, and you can film in a public place. But what I'm saying is actions like this, coming down here, standing outside this place, seeing someone over there, and deciding to walk onto her land in order to talk to him, you're just crossing the line, and that's what's annoying people. And asking people.
But I haven't really done that before.
Just listen to me. Yeah, but you have done it now. And speaking to local people, asking them about the case, you're just antagonising them.
They came to us. There's a guy up on the bench. He's literally come over to us and said, "So, guys, what do you think about the mystery?"
Right. Okay. I'm not going to go into the nitty gritty of what's actually happened when.
No, but I've got all that on record.
Okay,
people come to us and say, "Are you journalists? Are you the news?
Do you
What are you
understand
doing?"
my point? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay,
Of course I do.
So what I suggest, and my suggestion today
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
I've seen your car parked at the garage.
Yes.
I suggest that you just go to your car and leave the area. And you don't have to, but I'm suggesting that you do.
We're pretty much done anyway, so I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, are you happy with doing that? And then if you're going to come back, I'd just be more mindful of the fact that local people are sick of YouTubers and TikTokers. And while you can film in the area, I'd suggest that your actions today doing
That's fair enough. I didn't expect that to happen today.
Okay.
But at the same time, and when the caravan park has been a big
Again, while watching that, you'll have spotted the giveaway clue. Curtis has removed the relevant part, which was the clip we've seen, in which the officer of Lancashire Police refers to a sexual harm prevention order.
West Mercia Police are very interested in why you're actually in this area, okay? And they've reminded us that you've got a sexual harm prevention.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a sexual harm prevention.
Yeah, yeah.
What happened is this. Curtis originally accidentally uploaded the full video.
Sorry, guys, I just wanted to interject because Emma's asking questions. I think you're referring to the comments that I said at the beginning of this, and the reason why I'm playing this, playing the rest of what was his name? Stripey's video. Yeah, if people write under your comments, you know the main YouTube. So say I'll go over to, say Emma, you've got a channel, and I go under your channel, and I write under your video something, and then I decide I want to delete it because I can edit it because I wrote it. The person who on the channel still gets that notification, can still see the original message, yeah? But no one else can because it's been deleted because they get the original notification. So if that's what you're worried about, Emma, I'm glad that it's all cleared up for you. If it's something else, then I've got the wrong end of the stick. But that's basically what it was. You know, what's happened here? Oh, I don't know. It don't matter what that looks like to me. Right. So let's get back on with the video.
With the clip you've just seen included. He then realized his mistake and used the YouTube editing tools that all content creators have access to remove the incriminating clip. Unfortunately for Curtis, but fortunately for the rest of us, it was spotted by somebody before he could remove it, with the result that we have the clip that you've just seen.
1 sec, I just got to go to a different window.
The crucial point is that the clip is consistent with the surrounding video, like a perfect jigsaw piece, and the audio is consistent. Now that we have the surrounding footage, we can see the context within which the clip fits, and it is extremely unlikely that the audio has been manipulated and dubbed over. There is something more to say. What Curtis should have done was just remove the whole video. He could then have claimed that the clip was manipulated and fake. By removing the clip but keeping the rest of the video up, he has just further incriminated himself by implication, because there is an obvious gap, and naturally you have to ask, if the clip were innocent, why would Curtis remove it? Before we move on, there's something else I've noticed.
He's been approached by numerous people like yourself, so it's accumulative.
Yeah.
You have to think of it in that sense, right?
I get
It's
that,
accumulative to the point where people are getting as antagonised as this lad here.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying now is...
No.
What I'm saying now is...
Why?
No, it's all right. You can do if you want. It's a public
I know,
place.
but I'm not.
Did you notice that? Let's play it again.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying now is...
No.
What I'm saying now is...
Why?
No, it's all right. You can do if you want. It's a public
I know,
place.
but I'm not.
He's asked if he's filming now, and he lies and says he isn't. It is just a blatant lie. Why tell a lie like that? It wasn't even necessary. Next, The next piece of evidence is that certain ladies who have known Curtis Arnold have confirmed the same fact about him, that the police have used Clare's Law to inform various people that Curtis Arnold has a sexual harm prevention order. Clare's Law, known officially as the Domestic Violence Disclosure Scheme, allows the police to disclose a person's history of abusive behaviour to those who may be at risk of such behaviour, especially intimate partners and former partners. Clare's Law is named after Claire Wood, a woman murdered in England by a former domestic partner who police knew to be dangerous. The Clare's Law scheme was introduced in the wake of that tragedy. I'm now going to play a small excerpt from a recording taken from a discussion amongst women, 2 or 3 of whom I think knew Curtis Arnold. And this is some remarks from a lady who is familiar with the facts about Curtis Arnold, and she also makes some points about his online behaviour.
Hello, good evening. I ain't going to beat about the bush. His name's Curtis Arnold. All right, he's DJ Media. I've seen everything I need to see. I've seen a copper challenge him, say that he's got a sexual harm prevention order. And I've also had the knowledge of hearing a police phone call where a policeman confirms it as well. So for me, there ain't no beating about the bush. Any woman near him needs to do exactly the same thing and go for a Clare's Law.
Right, so you've heard a police officer confirming that by telephone?
Yep, 100%. The police have been contacted several times because he's out there badgering women. It's his thing.
That's my concern. There have been some, I've seen some things, and there was one actually. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know whether anyone else has got it. There was a post of him, and there's a police officer, a female police officer, saying to him, "You have to stop filming these women. It looks like they're in a park or something." He said that this thing said, "This woman is in tears. You have to stop filming her." And he's like, "No, I'm going to take the photos." And she said, "Well, you can't. You're not allowed to." And he was like, "Oh, well, you need to get your sergeant here, love, before you try and arrest me." And I was just like,
way too cocky. So, yeah, well done to women. My understanding is that every time it reappears, he then comes along, makes complaints, and has it trying to hide his behaviour. But then, if you look at all the other videos, there was one, I think, in the last 48 hours, was the one with the whether he's been watching. I think there's someone in America, isn't there? The white underbelly people. When they're right.
This means that multiple people who have known Curtis
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, every single. The whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own
Come back in.
Yeah.
too. So So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families or.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I don't know what happened there, but we're going to continue. Sorry. Do apologise. Let me get it back up. Let me just go and get the video again. Madness that is that happened. I don't know why. Just my luck. But, never fear. It's going to come back. I can go and get it. And yep, here it is. I'll take it back a little bit as well to make sure we haven't missed nothing.
Taking photos in gym. And he said West Mercia police contacted him or said something about me going up there. So I just presume it was over that. When I heard him say it, I didn't hear that word. I heard the other word. So
just to be clear, there's no such thing as a serious harm prevention order. The police officer clearly referred to a sexual harm prevention order.
I've listened to it, and I get what people are asking me. Penny, you said articles. Literally, my whole past, like I've got nothing to hide. My whole past is on the internet. There's nothing untoward like that at all. I've got fraud on there. I've got driving stuff. There's something else I can't remember.
Let me help you out, Curtis. You've also got arson and some sex offences and a sexual harm prevention order.
Anyway, that's all there for people to see.
I haven't seen that, Curtis. Someone's just sent me an article, and I'm like, I didn't know any of this.
Yeah, but that's recent. If you look at it, if you're looking at the same thing I think you're looking at, that's why I have lawyers onto the Sun, because the Sun have spoke to somebody, I don't know who, and they've basically written that absolute, like, I call it garbage, article about me taking photos in gym, etc., etc.
Yeah, I've seen it now.
Hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So that is the whole reason why I've got the police order on my house. That's the whole reason. It's that article.
That's a complete lie. Here is the article he's talking about. It's an article from February 2023 in the Irish Sun. This arose because during his coverage of the Nicola Bully case, the press uncovered certain things about him, including this. Back in 2018, he had been convicted of fraud for tricking women at gyms into posing for photographs in their leggings. The press reported the story this way. This is from the Daily Express. He visited several gyms in London posing as a fitness modelling agent, telling people he was looking for models to promote a firm's female leggings. But after taking a series of sexualised photos and videos of women, he then shared these on his own social media to sell his own products, without their permission. To be fair, Curtis does have a physique that suggests he's into bodybuilding, and that must have helped with the pretense. About his time in prison, the Irish Sun reports on Curtis Arnold as follows. He served time at the notorious Wormwood Scrubs prison in London after being convicted of fraud by false representation. A source at the prison said he was unpopular with the staff there. The source said he was a very narcissistic, manipulative individual and would regularly try to manipulate female staff, especially education staff. He was slimy and would tell them they were beautiful or he preferred them over another officer. He would say very inappropriate things and would ask for their mobile numbers and ask to see them outside of the prison. But when he started asking female staff to smuggle in phones and drugs for him, it all went down on his report. The source said Arnold was sacked from his job as a reception orderly at the prison, a trusted role dealing with incoming prisoners. It was discovered he was part of a group smuggling items into prison, so he was sacked, they added. Now, we don't know that the stuff about his behaviour in prison is really true, but the story about what he did in gyms is true, yet it's not the whole truth. You see, the stories about the London gyms say that he was only convicted of the fraud and mention nothing about being convicted of sex offences or any sexual harm prevention order. This is where Curtis Arnold benefited from an extraordinary stroke of luck. It didn't occur to these journalists that he may have been convicted of sex offences as well, and for some reason this was missed from their reports. So the impression was given that he was not officially a sex offender. He had merely been convicted of fraud. This is why he has not only been lying about the London gyms, he also, in this stream with Penny Bunny, lies and denies he has a sexual harm prevention order, instead claiming it is a serious crime prevention order. But before he gets back to that, he lies some more about the 2018 conviction.
This one, I'm confused. This one, are they saying that when you was in prison, you filmed women in the gym?
No, how I've read that is, how it reads is that I served time for fraud for, I think it's worded as taking photos of girls in gym wear to then post those photos on my social media to sell my own gym wear for my own company. Basically, basically using that to sell my own product, right? But it's written. It's written. Well, that's how it's worded on the one I've read. But they've written like sexualized. He's taken sexualized photos of girls in gyms to sell on his social media, something like that, right? Now, my whole point that brings that whole thing down is, if you're going to advertise a clothing, a gym wear legging business on the internet, you wouldn't post sexualized photos because it's not going to get you business. It's going to get you a name for yourself, right? So any photos in my business that I took, so I did work in a gym, were obviously professional photos in gym wear doing gym stuff. Now, the only thing I can think of while everybody's listening is that somebody who did that for me, there were many, many people, girls that did that, has got pissed off either by not being paid or I can't remember, something happened, and they've said, oh yeah, well, he did that thing in the gym and it was weird and he blatantly like took sexualized photos, right? But they can't be because they were on a website, a public website, selling gym wear. So to me, that doesn't make any sense. But that's what's written, and that's why I've got this thing in place.
What he's trying to do there is deny there was any sexual element to it.
So, yeah. But he said the wrong word. I don't know. I didn't even hear that. I've literally had to watch that back after being told about 15 minutes ago by somebody on Facebook. Just my luck, really. But there we go. So anybody who's listening has heard that. There you go.
My brain hurts I'm confused. Yeah. So, but what Terry Wookfee's saying is that would be against you, not the house.
No, hold on.
I don't know.
Yeah, so
okay?
I've looked into what that thing is, sexual order thing. Okay, because somebody already messaged me about that, and I looked into it. That's something that essentially a sex offender gets, right? You have sex offence. So if I had a sexual offence on my record, that would be publicly accessible on the internet. Right? Every sex offender has their court convictions listed on some media. Something will have reported it, right? All mine are reported on the internet. They're all there. Fraud, driving stuff. There's a few other things when I was younger. I can't remember. I think there's a theft on there when I was a kid. Anyway.
Plus arson and sex offences. You're lying, Curtis. As a result of the incident at the London gyms, you were convicted of sex offences, not just fraud. Those offences did have a sexual element, and you were given a sexual harm prevention order.
They're all on there. So if I had that order, that would be like from the court, and that would be on the internet for someone to see, and it's not.
Because the journalists have missed it. That's your good fortune until now.
But yeah, people can think what they want. People obviously do all the time, presume stuff or think, but that's how it is. I do have a serious harm prevention order on my house. I don't think he meant that.
There is no such thing as a serious harm prevention order. There is such a thing as a serious crime prevention order, and he might have used that or similar wording earlier in the conversation. Serious crime prevention orders are made under Part 1 of the Serious Crime Act 2007, and are made for the purpose of disrupting serious crime. They allow the authorities to impose restrictions on the activities of persons convicted of serious crime. Serious crime is defined in Part 1 of Schedule 1 of the Act as offences such as the importation, manufacture, cultivation and supply of controlled substances, drug trafficking essentially, slavery and people trafficking, terrorism, firearms offences, prostitution and child sex offences, armed robbery, money laundering, offences against the public revenue, bribery, counterfeiting, computer misuse, environmental offences, intellectual property offences, and generally organised crime. Basically, we're mainly talking here about organised criminals, really scary people mostly, the top level of criminality. Fraud and theft are included in the list of offence types as it happens, and Curtis Arnold was convicted of fraud in relation to his behaviour at the London gyms. But he's not an organised criminal. His fraud conviction was for taking illicit sexualised photographs of women in gyms. It's certainly serious in its own way, but it's not exactly Russian mafia territory, is it? I don't think the top criminals are going to be contacting him to make him an offer, let's put it that way. He's small time, and I should not have thought that the authorities are going to be particularly interested in him for the purpose of a serious crime prevention order. He's just not a serious enough criminal for such measures.
Well, he may have been fed that information. I don't know, but I do have that on the house and my workplace, which means if I ring 999, they automatically put it on high alert, like a fast response, rather than asking the details. That would just be like, right, bam, send a car. That's what it means. But yeah, I haven't had anybody try it on at the house, but because my address was posted on Facebook, the police found out about it. They found out about the article and what it said, and they obviously know what's true and not true. And they were like, right, well, we're going to put this in place in case you have any like shit at the house.
Again, I always like to be fair to people. To be fair to Curtis, it is actually possible that there's an element of truth to what he's saying, because obviously, if you stop and think about it, it could well be that because of the nature of his criminal past, especially due to having sex offences on his record and having a sexual harm prevention order, it's possible the police have put in place measures to protect him at home and also at work. In that regard, this clip may be pertinent. I've been told that what you're watching now is somebody taking a cricket bat to Curtis Arnold's car. But that will be because Curtis Arnold, in his guise as DJE Media and in previous guises, has been going around the country harassing and annoying people. Not that I condone criminal damage and threatening behaviour, you understand, but he has brought it on himself, and it's nothing to do with any serious crime prevention order. That's just a load of rubbish. This point that he makes about a serious crime prevention order is, if you think about it, a further piece of evidence against him, because he would only mention a serious crime prevention order if he is subject to some sort of order. And it must be either because it is a serious crime prevention order and not a sexual harm prevention order, or it's because it is a sexual harm prevention order and he wants to divert us, or because he is subject to both orders and wants to divert us. The very fact he knows about serious crime prevention orders could be seen to suggest that he must be subject to one, as it's pretty obscure knowledge for someone without a legal background, even if he does have a lengthy criminal record. It's not something he will pull out of his hat. On the other hand, the evidence I've mentioned that he is subject to a sexual harm prevention order is pretty compelling. And even in the stream we've just listened to, he doesn't, in so many words, deny that he is subject to that type of order as well. Anyway, the reality, I believe, is this. He is not subject to a serious crime prevention order. I've given you the reasons why that's very unlikely. But he is subject to a sexual harm prevention order. The reality is that people see through his lies and have realised that he must be subject to a sexual harm prevention order. It's just that until now, it has only been a rumour, albeit with some pretty strong evidence in support of a rumour. This is where I come into this story. About 2 months ago, I began investigating the question of whether Curtis Arnold has a sexual harm prevention order. I quickly found the 2018 case and the court in which he had been sentenced. It has taken almost 2 months for the court to provide me with the evidence, but the evidence is conclusive. While I was waiting, I did email Curtis Arnold and asked him whether he is subject to a sexual harm prevention order. He denied it point blank, told me it was false, and that he has already provided evidence to YouTube showing them it is false as part of his successful efforts to have videos about the topic removed from the platform. Not only that, he warned me that if I were to make a video about him alleging that he is subject to a sexual harm prevention order, I considered this threat, and still consider this threat, to amount to blackmail. Apart from anything else, it's an unwarranted threat because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not breaking the law. I'm simply reporting on facts that are relevant to Mr. Arnold's current activities as a vlogger on YouTube. And as I will show you, his convictions are not spent. I know that I'm not the only person who has been threatened by him in this way. Now, for the very first time, I can show you the proof that Curtis Arnold is lying and that he is subject to a sexual harm prevention order. The document you're looking at is the official transcript of a sentencing hearing that took place at Harrow Crown Court on the 8th of February 2019 in the case of Regina and Curtis Arnold. The case number was T for Tango 201-80379, and the sentencing judge was her of the transcript to myself. PDF copies of the files with the transcript can be found using the link provided in the video description. I'm now going to read to you key parts of the transcript. These are the words of Judge Dean in her sentencing of Curtis Arnold. You now fall to be sentenced for 12 counts of fraud relating to 12 separate victims. 1 count of voyeurism and causing a person to engage in sexual activity relating to a 13th victim, and 1 count of making indecent victim who was 17 at the time. In relation to the 12 frauds, those offences until your arrest in April 2018. The pattern was that you would get to know women you knew full well you were banned from using. You pretended you had a company. You pretended you had a business partner called Sarah or Laura. You would ask the young women to model clothes for modelling or research purposes, offering them payment or free clothes in return. The clothing was deliberately tight-fitting. You took photographs, and there were occasions which you posted those photographs up onto your social media account without their knowledge, something I consider a particularly aggravating feature of this case. The women were, of course, lied to because they never got the payment of the clothes, and they were left feeling embarrassed and some of them humiliated. You sometimes met these women late at night when there were few people around in the gym. Looked at some of the text messages in this case, which show not only are you a determined liar, but at times there would be a degree of unpleasantness close to bullying. A Facebook in March 2015 telling her, as you were, that you were a powerlifter, telling her that you made videos for a friend's company and asked her to model prototype leggings. You then met her at a gym in the Royal Holloway. You had your 10 to 20 pairs of leggings with you. You asked her to put a pair on and bench press, and you filmed her in a way that made her feel uncomfortable. Several other pairs of leggings, old and worn and sweaty, and indeed one pubic area. Of course, she foolishly agreed to wear several other pairs but felt very uncomfortable, and then had the humiliation of realizing that you had uploaded footage of her onto YouTube. And so it was that she was your victim. Your next victim was in April 2015. She used to go to the gym where you mainly trained. She did not like the way you looked at her, but you came over telling her you were a power lifter and offered her assistance, and then videos for a legging company, pretending that you were. 10th of April 2015, providing filming her doing exercises. And of course, it was all a lie, and she became aware of your YouTube account. Harm that you have caused her in a victim personal statement. And of course, she said that your purpose was for your own sexual gratification. I'm concerned about what you might do with them. That May, you defrauded DC, offering her money to model leggings and making her pose, asking her to pull her buttocks apart. The same month, you defrauded Ms. M at another gym in Fulham. She felt very uncomfortable throughout the whole process. In February 2017, again in Fulham, you approached Ms. C with the lie about having a prototype, and the light-fitting reflecting material meant she would not have to wear any underwear. and you made her squat and stretch in these leggings to the point that her pubic hair could be seen. And of course she was lied to, and of course there was no payment for her. In August 2017, you defrauded LS and you got her to agree to be filmed in her own clothing at work. She believed this was for research purposes. That November, you defrauded HM, again getting her to pose in leggings, asking her to give herself a wedgie. And she noted that a pair you asked her to wear did not have any crotch, and that her underwear would be fully on view. And she was left feeling so embarrassed by the whole thing. Moving on to count 19, in late 2017, you approached SS. You pretended you had your friend called Sarah and that you had a proper purpose for taking their photographs, which you did not. And she stopped agreeing to be photographed when she realized that you wanted her to be in rather lewd poses. In January 2018, you defrauded JJ, again lying to her that you were doing research work, getting her to put on a pair of leggings that was so low she felt almost naked. In February 2018, you defrauded EM at a different gym, again pretending that this was for research purposes. And in this incident, a very unpleasant feature is that you asked her to go into the toilet with you to have further underwear photographs taken, telling her that most personal trainers do this in order to obtain measurements. Thankfully, she refused, but she described how when she became pretty angry with you, you were not at all pleasant back to her. In March 2018, you defrauded an old school friend, KC, and you approached her under your fake partner's name of Laura and told her all sorts of lies about this Laura. And the facts of that are set out in the opening note. And then in April 2018, in the evening at a gym that you had been banned from using, you defrauded SH, again pretending you had this business, getting her to meet you quite late, taking photographs of her, getting her to put her pants up and carry out the wedgie test that she all found rather strange and made her feel rather uncomfortable. And she, of course, in due course, reported what had gone on to the gym staff. So those, in an outline, deal with the frauds. SE, as you well knew, was underage. You well knew because you had been part of her induction to the gym. She was 17 years old when you took photographs of her. She described
lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths? Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths? Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths? Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go and all the psychopaths? Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? 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 And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse. Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra
Hi, welcome back to the second part, looking at the research, new evidence of Jimmy Savile, linking in with Exbourne Manor, JFK, the royal family. It's massive, everybody, and it is all verifiable. Lots of theories in relation to why this is all centralised around me. It does appear to be the case. Just going to wait for the numbers to come up a little bit. And in the last part, we looked at a connection to the block of flats where Jimmy Savile owned the property from 1972 until the day of his death, called in Elizabeth Court in Bournemouth, right near Exbourne Manor. And we looked at an address of 5 Pool Road connecting to Exbourne Manor directly. But we're now going to look at how it links into the Crown Corporation and JFK almost immediately from the research. Please tap the likes, get as many people on here as you can. The trouble is with these lives is it enables them to suppress them. What I really also need to do is videos showing this evidence, not on a live, and get that distributed out to everyone as well. We really need this evidence to get as far and wide as we can. Later on, we're going to be looking at more evidence of the World Martial Authority now appearing to be connecting in to the links that I've made to the death of Daniel Morgan, as well as connections to Kim Jong-un, and how this links in with the rapid response teams now again, and a deception surrounding them, and that all then goes back into my family again. So, Crown Corporation. Crown Corporation Limited was incorporated on Companies House in January 2020, soon after the supposed COVID outbreak and when Prince Harry moved to America to separate from the royal family. This was 6 months after Julian Assange and Julian Assange was arrested a little bit earlier. Julian Assange was arrested in April 2019, supposedly, and Jeffrey Epstein in July 2019. And 5 months after cell towers were erected in Wuhan, China, with the supposed COVID outbreak happening in December 2019. This is a little bit of information about the Crown Corporation, just who they are. In Canada, Crown Corporation, it says here, it's a type of organisation that is structured like a private corporation, but is directly and wholly owned by the Canadian federal government or a provincial government. Crown corporations have a long-standing presence in the country and have a significant economic impact with commercial operations equivalent to 7% of Canada. Now, the royal family have a massive link in, obviously, to Canada in all of this. Obviously, it's a Commonwealth organisation, I believe, along with, obviously, Australia and other countries. But here is an organisation called Crown Corporation. Matthew Boulos Hanna, and I'm going to verify it with you, is shown as the only director and connects Crown Corporation Limited to Crown Finance Corporation Limited, that was incorporated in 1980, the same year that the Georgia Guidestones were erected in the United States and that represented an upcoming man-made apocalypse. Rebecca Boulos Hanna connects Crown Corporation Limited to Sears House Management, that was incorporated in 1991, the same year as the important events, which includes David Icke coming out saying that the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and the relativistic heavy ion collider starting to be built in New York, and connects immediately to the fraud by Wildman and Battelle of Queen Victoria Street, okay, on its incorporation document. Wildman and Battelle Limited is shown in the People Record and connects to over 14,600 companies, including one of the first ones viewed, Ambassador Snooker Club Limited. That was incorporated on the 23rd of August 2007, exactly the same day as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated. And it has a registered address of 5A Pool Road, Bournemouth, Dorset, with 5 Pool Road, Bournemouth, being on page 3 of the incorporation document for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, and the block of flats that we have just now linked to directly to Jimmy Savile. All right, now I'm just going to show you this so you can see it, into Crown Corporation. I'm just going to stop the comments because I can't see. And what I'll do later, we really need more people. There's only 35 people on here. They're either really suppressing it or, I mean, this is the most important evidence. Anyway, we'll keep going. There's 35. Crown Corporation. I've just realised, going back in, this address links immediately into the research of the United Nations, connecting into Lee Clegg, which links into the World Martial Authority, Kim Jong-un, and I've now linked this directly into, not directly with them murdering him, but linking into the murder of Daniel Morgan of 1987, which we're going to look at later. And it now then links in with the rapid response teams as well, which we're going to look at. So you can see incorporated January 2020. And if we go, it says development of building projects. So if we go to the filing history, oh no, people record. Actually, we'll have a quick look at the filing history, just in case there's anything else I haven't picked up on recently in there. No. Okay, so if we go into the people record, Matthew Hanna. And I've only looked in one of these. A couple of these records. I haven't even looked into the main
Let's see if they've still got it. Crown Corporation, Crown Finance Corporation. Here we go. This was incorporated in 1980, the same year that the Georgia Guidestones were erected. Remember, they were damaged and destroyed the same month that I approached Anthony Roberts, same month that my brother bought a drone company, the same month that a experiment took place at CERN for the first time in 3 years since Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in July 2019. I've forgotten the name, bear with me. Oh, there it is, there it is. I think it's Bulu Sana, isn't it? Actually, it might even be in here, Wildman and Patel. No. Which one is it? Because there's a couple of records. So we've got Rebecca Bulu-Sana, yeah. Okay. And then into, sorry, I'm just trying to, oh yeah. Rebecca Bulu-Sana. See, these will all be relevant. Barron and Sons. Who do we know who's called Barron? Barrons are very important in all of this, but we'll leave that for now. That's more research. We'll pretty much confirm more into this of what we're looking at here. And then it was Sears House Management, 1991, People Record. Now remember, there's over 5 million registered companies, everybody. Over 5 million registered companies. Now these all become relevant. Same Day Company Services Limited, that links in with the entertainment industry, all right, which goes hand in hand with all of this. Girls Aloud, I believe, are linked into that, which I found out via the research of Liam Payne, who supposedly fell from a balcony. There's obviously, I think people have been certainly been arrested, haven't they, for in relation to his death. Well, here's Wildman and Patel. Now this becomes important not only from this link, but you're going to see JFK links in a minute. And then almost immediately, it should be, unless they've moved it. And this is just one connection, everybody. Remember, there will be vastly more. Ambassador Snooker Club. Now, remember, Ambassador Snooker Club is on Glenfern Road in Bournemouth. Okay, and these are the buildings that Jimmy Savile owned. Okay, and he lived in the flat in Bournemouth. And here, look at the date, 23rd of August 2007, the exact same day that Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated on Company's House. Okay, if we go into it, 23rd of August 2007. Filing history. Oh, there you go. You can see it there anyway. 5A Pool Road. Okay, so this now links to Jeffrey Epstein via the Crown Corporation, Jimmy Savile via the Crown Corporation. Far too quickly to be a coincidence, and there'll be loads more connections. So where else does 5A Pool Road come in? Well, let's look at Robert F. Kennedy. I'll just carry on reading this. So Wildman and Patel Limited was incorporated in 1960, and since August 2016 has had Same Day Company Formations Limited as its company of significant control. This is the exact same. That's the same month that the ritual took place at CERN, the Shiva statue, which represents creation and destruction, linking back in with the Collider technology. Sean James Wygand connects Wildman and Patel Limited to 7 companies, including Lambert Chapman LLP, that was incorporated on the 24th of May 2007, 3 weeks after Madeleine McCann went missing. It's a criminal company and appears to be a forged incorporation document with London Law Agency Limited on page 1 of its incorporation documents. That's coming in from Wildman and Patel. Now, Wildman, that means a link there straight to Keir Starmer, straight in to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales via the London Law Agency, a criminal organisation, and straight in to Madeleine McCann, the Madeleine McCann company via that research. But let's get back to what I was going to verify and show you. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and cloud spraying. Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. is the nephew of apparently assassinated former American President John F. Kennedy. He was made the Secretary of Health and Human Resources by Donald Trump last year and has made various promises regarding health matters, including about stopping fluoride contamination and cloud seeding and chemtrails. In December 2025, I saw a video of MP Andrew Bridgen, that should say, oh my goodness, 2 spelling mistakes, appearing to talk about, I need to go over this, weather engineering and naming 2 companies of being involved, 2XL and RSV. A company's house shows 2XL Aviation Limited was incorporated on the 28th of February 2022, within days of Putin announcing his special military operation against Ukraine. And as I'm asking early questions at Exmoor Manor, it connects immediately to key areas of the fraud by its registered address of 128 City Way, London, and Kemp House, 160 City Road on its incorporation document. Ingo Prenti is on the incorporation document for the People Record. Another search for 2XL UK Limited was 2XL Limited was incorporated in October 2016, 2 months after a ritual appears to have taken place at CERN, and the same year the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed. It linked immediately to the centralised fraud by Ashok Bhardwaj and to the research of US Defence Audit Company shown in the research of the Las Vegas shootings. Now, I'm not going to go into that because I could be going down a whole other thing here, but you can verify this from the documents. We have a link now to the biggest shooting in American history, the Las Vegas shooting of 2017, now coming in from the cloud spraying evidence. We're going to get back to 5 Pool Road in a minute and how this links in with the Kennedys. I'm just showing you this because of the cloud spraying connection. A Company's House search of Robert Francis Kennedy, here we go, shows a record with a different date of birth linking to 6 companies, including RFK Limited. Company number, this, that was incorporated in 2003 and dissolved in June 2010, the same year that CERN Limited was incorporated. It has Wildman and Patel Limited on its incorporation document record, making a connection to the Crown Corporation and 5 Paul Road, Bournemouth. Again, as previously shown in the incorporation document, appears its incorporation document appears to be being blocked from access. So let me just go into this. So here's Robert Francis Kennedy, slightly different date of birth than what they've got for him. Where is the party at? R. Kennedy, RFK. Now, there's other connections through this, but I'm just showing you the 5 Paul Road link. Okay, that's what you need to know, because you can see then the connection to Jimmy Savile. So first of all, it dissolved July 2022. Anthony Roberts resigned on the 13th of that month. Okay, so you can see after that he resigned, they're all panicking. Companies are dissolving. Oh dear, Gary's exposing the link to everything. If we go into the people record, is it in this one? Hold on. Not that one. It's not that one. That's another one that's interesting though, isn't it? Look at that. It's in his record. In a record for his name, it's this one, I believe. There you go, this is it. Okay, so there we have Wildman and Patel Limited, the exact same company that we were just looking at, which means you're going to have the link to Jimmy Savile again, because there will be Ambassador Snooker Club. Okay, now where else does 5 come in? So that's now Kennedy, Jimmy Savile, linking to Exmoor Manor, the directors, and they want me to find this out, everybody. It appears there's people, why would they take me to the flat? Why would they take me there in the chance that I might see that video and make the connections in all of this? Now, if we go to 5 Paul Road. Where is it? I'm just trying to find a picture of my mum in all of this. I'll just go from here. Okay, so my mum worked for an organisation called Barron Medical Limited. Okay, now it links to the NHS. I'm just going to read this, actually. I see no option to expose people publicly by their names with images now, particularly due to the risks appearing to be posed to children. Spelling mistake. My mother, Maureen Warsman, works for whom I'm led to believe is Brian Beaton, and a company called Barron Medical Limited, apparently based in Rainham area of Kent. From my understanding, the company reconditions items in relation to the NHS, which makes immediate possible connections to Deborah Fleming, who was the NHS CEO for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset, and who initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited after refusing to file the forged bank documents. Company's House shows that Barron Medical Limited was incorporated as Copland's MOT Centre Limited, and that its name was changed for the first time in December 2011, 2 months after Jimmy Savile supposedly died, when its name became Barron Care Limited, and its name was changed again in 2016 after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and the ritual took place at CERN. The address is shown as 2 Paul Road, Bournemouth, and 5 Paul Road, Bournemouth is shown on the incorporation document for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. So it's slightly different address, but it's the same road. It's no coincidence, everybody. I thought it was the same one, actually, but it's not. It's 2, number 2. But it's so close to it that it's going to be connected. And you'll see, I'm going to show you the response from my mum when I identified the link to this company. Okay, in a minute, I'm going to show you, if I can find it, the actual message that my mum sent me, my supposed mum. So this, despite Bournemouth is shown on the incorporation document for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, despite it being 3.5 hours away from my mother. The filing history shows that in January 2025, an application was made to strike the company from the register. The incorporation document shows Clifford Donald Wing and Reichman Wing Limited, connecting it to the fraud immediately, and I suspect it relates to the Reichman family. The information suggests was the 4th richest family, one of the 4th richest family in the world at one point. Clifford Donald Wing is shown as having been a director for one day and connects Barron Medical Limited to 1,671 companies, including Prudent Properties London Limited, that was incorporated in June 2007, the month after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Mr. Rikesh Soda connects Prudent Properties to Highcliffe Nursing Services Limited, that has a registered address of 31 to 33 Commercial Road in Poole. Bearing in mind that's my mum's organisation, 3.5 hours away, okay, and Apex Company Services Limited on the incorporation document. Lester Aldridge is in the people record, making important connections as shown throughout the document, including to my wife's family in Dorset. Now, my mum never told me there was a connection to them and Exmoor Manor, never told me these links at all. Okay, so here's Barron Medical. I'm going to show you it. Barron Medical Limited. So it's got 2 Paul Road, Bournemouth, as a registered address here. Incorporated October 2010. So that is the month before CERN Limited was incorporated on Company's House. You can see the previous names down here. Copland's MOT changed it 2 months after Jimmy Savile's death. Changed it again in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed on the incorporation document. Midland House 2, Paul Road. Where did I get 2A from? We've got Clifford Wing. Clifford Donald Wing. It's 2 Paul Road. I don't know where I got 2A from. 2 Paul Road. Okay, so it's 5 Paul Road, Bournemouth, on the incorporation document for the other connections that we've made. Let's just go into... Okay, now let's find my mother's note or a message. I'm just going to show you the message she sent me. Now, this absolutely makes sense why, even before I found this evidence, my mum kept saying, or a couple of times she'd mentioned, I'm not going to see you again soon, am I? Now, this was before I found any evidence about my mum connected to this, so she knew what I was uncovering. She knew what I was uncovering. Here's a picture of my mum, who I've been led to believe was my mum. Now, I personally don't recall anything specifically in my life to ring huge alarm bells of a link to my family in all of this, unless I was being drugged when I was a child, okay, which there's lots of evidence linking in with the doomsday cult of Julian Assange. Now, I'm not saying that happened to me, okay, but I do have memories, and I was having a discussion with someone the other day, of sexual encounters when I was a child with other children, which you could put down to experimentation, but it was as if we were recreating something that happened elsewhere. Now, I can't confirm that, okay, I can't confirm that. So I'm just going to read you this. I was born in Kent in England in 1977, and when I was young, my mother had been involved in running a babysitting group with my godparents. As far as I'm aware, this involved parents taking turns in looking after people's children, so it could free their time up. My godparent's son became one of my good friends, but unfortunately later in life, I was led to believe that he was prosecuted for child internet crimes. I tried to support him where he claimed no one else had. He had claimed that he struggled over his parents' death from cancer, and I was concerned he would end his life, and he had appeared to be trying to change, so I kept in contact with him. My godparents later employed my mother, Maureen Waterman, on that picture, her boyfriend, Chris Hillman, my sister, my friend's girlfriend, Jo Hatt, and others in a photocopying company called CBS that had possible connections to CERN. And when I've researched that company, I find links straight to Wimborne in Dorset, which is where the creator for the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, lived, and where the Flemings lived that initiated my removal, and it's where my wife's friend Leanne Hawksworth, who works for Siemens, last time I spoke to her, and Siemens is a Nazi-linked company that links back in to CERN and the Collider technology. Okay, now this all makes sense. This company, CBS, that all of these people in my family worked for, they were to do with photocopying. Tim Berners-Lee was involved in a copying company, either after he worked at CERN or before, I can't remember. And then he created the World Wide Web in 1989 for CERN, where he'd worked in 1980. Okay, so we got all of these links here now into my family, into CERN. We've already got the links to the royal family, and I'm showing you, and there's loads of other connections. I'm just showing you the connections I found recently into the Paul Road address, linking into this new Jimmy Savile evidence. Where was I going to go with that? Now, interestingly, so Jo Hatt was the girlfriend of my friend, Christopher Gamay. And Christopher Gamay's father worked for Lloyds Bank. And I remember when I was a child going to Lloyds Bank in the evening when it was closed with his dad. Now, this is important because I acquired forged Lloyds Bank documents in my inquiries through Exbourne Manor. And Lloyds Bank documents Lloyds Bank companies are on the incorporation document, page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, that links all areas of the fraud together. Okay, so this is not a coincidence, everybody. So I remember going as a child, I don't remember how old, but I wasn't very old. It would have been no older than 10, 11, 12 maybe 12, going to a Lloyds Bank in Gillingham when it was closed in the evening with my friend's dad. I'm not sure, I think my friend might have been there as well. I have vague memories, as I've said, of participating in sexual activities with other children at some point when I was young. I thought this was just children experimenting. But with the evidence that I'm now acquiring, I have to consider that it was due to something more sinister. I don't recall adults being present during these activities, but it is as if we may have been recreating something that had happened elsewhere. And I hadn't viewed or knowingly participated in any other sexually explicit activity. I'm not going to mention that. The evidence at the moment, because I just don't want to implicate anybody at the moment, and then I already have. The evidence being acquired suggests that a huge part of this criminal system involves crimes against children, and that pharmaceuticals are being used to suppress their memory, and all three of my families connect quickly to key figures, as I've said, in the fraud. including the royal family, David Icke, etc., Ghislaine Maxwell, and Julian Assange. A Guardian article from 2016 links Julian Assange to an Australian doomsday cult. And I'm just look at this. This is so important. Growing up with the... this is annoying. I'm not going to go into it. If you search, I don't want to accept everything on here at the moment. If you go into type in Julian Assange, the family, you'll be able to see that article. Okay, and within there, it talks about properties in Kent. Even though the actual family was in Australia, it mentions properties in Kent. Well, obviously Kent is where my family are from, and links in with the Cray twins and all of these other connections. The research shows that Julian Assange was born. I'm not going to go into all of the Julian Assange evidence. Just want to find where's the thing? This then all clicks into my father-in-law, if I don't think we're even legally married because of the fraud. I don't think anyone is. That's my wife's father on the left, or who I've been led to believe was her father, Nicholas Morton. And this then connects into the evidence and the research around Trevor Meelam, who is part of the rapid response team. We're going to come back to the rapid response team later. I'm trying to find this. I want to show you the response from my mum. Sorry, they wouldn't have removed it from my document, would they? I wonder if they've removed that. Let's go back. I think it's important just to see the reaction from my mum in this. Now, I know they've been trying to infiltrate me as I'm gaining the evidence within documents, and I've had a couple of infiltrations, but it'd be good if I can show you this. Would it be... No. Is it? No. That's annoying. Oh, here's whilst we're on this, because we're going to be talking about him later. This is apparently Bannerman. Okay, we're going to be talking about Bannerman later. Apparently an image of him, and he didn't seem keen to have someone filming him. You need to really take note of his... He needs to be arrested by the people. So do all of the rapid response teams, people. And I'm going to show you evidence later why we know they're implicating, they're lying. Okay, I can't find that at the moment. I'll have to come back to that later. So let's go into... It looks like they've removed it, actually. So this is the building that Jimmy Savile owned a property in. Okay, we go back into the company's house records, and we're going to see how important this becomes. And then I think it's important, after this, I'm going to jump onto the Greenland subject, all right, because I think that's really quite critical at the moment. And then I'm going to come back into the links to a rapid response, the World Martial Authority, and Kim Jong-un, and now the Daniel Morgan murder in all of this. If that murder is even real, if that really happened. So we're within the company that the building that relates to the building where Jimmy Savile owned a property from 1972. John Michael Calver connects. Oh no, let's go back. Sorry, Mark Richard Timberlake connects Elizabeth Court Bournemouth Limited to 7 companies, including Lacey's Limited. Remember, Lacey's was the name on the incorporation document of the company, but they'd crossed out with Turner and Lacey's, and they crossed out Turner. I think we're going to find out why in a minute, okay, when we come through this. But here we go. So into this record connects to Lacey's Limited, making a connection to Exbourne Manor again to 5 Pool Road. The company was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and it's a criminal company, have been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. So we'll just go into that, show you that. I think he's at the bottom. Yeah, that's good memory. When was he appointed? Okay, so he was appointed in 2004, resigned in 2005. Here's Lacey's, which becomes important because Lacey's, remember, is one of the names on the incorporation document. 5 Pool Road, 1988. Solicitors, filing history, criminal company, same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Swift Incorporations Limited. Jordan's and Sons Limited, which is Jordan's Limited. It's the same companies, okay? Just have a quick look to see if there's anything else we're going to look at on here. In the people record. John Michael Calver company to 17 companies, including Bournemouth and District Law Society, with a correspondence address, spelling wrong. Correspondence address in Wimborne, spelling wrong. Wimborne is where the same town where the Flemings lived, where the creator of the World Wide Web lived, and where my wife's friend who worked for Siemens lived. It has featured in the research and has a forged register and a registered address in of Borough Chambers, Furvale Road, Bournemouth, a road adjacent to where Jimmy Savile owned other property. Oh. I'm going to show you this. So Calver also connects to Bournemouth and Paul College, that we'll come to in a minute. So we're within there. So Calver in the records. Bournemouth and District Law Society. Remember, this is illegal, right? They are the criminals, everybody. The solicitors, all solicitors need to be arrested as soon as possible by you. I cannot emphasize this. They're all centralized to the Temple Bar, which links into serious crimes against all of humanity. Even if those crimes are a deception, we have a criminal financial system in place. You can see as Barrett Chambers, Furvale Road, Bournemouth, 1893 incorporated. Now, I think this is a forged company, but very discreetly. Okay, notice Bournemouth and District and. Notice the word and. Bournemouth and District Incorporated Law Society. Look when they changed their company name. For the only time, 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, everybody. So let's have a look at its incorporation document. This links into the solicitors that they're trying to use, okay, to steal my assets. And it is theft. It's all theft, everybody. The whole system. Remember the word and. They used and on the register, but here it's the and symbol. That is a forgery. They knew it. They did it deliberately. That means this company is illegal. Okay? It's a criminal organization. It's not been registered legally. We can see the dates on here, 1893. It's forged registers. They forged the electronic register. However, it looks as though they've done it for somebody to expose it. Okay, which is a big theory in all. We're going to come to the theory and how it relates to me in the next few days. All right, but I'm just going to show you this evidence now. This is obviously set up all around me for whatever reason. It's obvious now. So if we go into, now if it's not deliberately set up around me, then we are talking divine intervention in all of this. I was having a conversation on the phone earlier, and there's certain things that have happened that can only be a divine intervention unless they have managed to alter time, space, and material all around me at certain times for me to acquire some of the evidence at the time I did. There's certain things that I'll go into again at some point that cannot be the case unless it is divine or those things have happened. Calvert also connects to Bournemouth and Paul College, that was incorporated in 1994 and dissolved on the 1st of November 2011, days after Jimmy Savile's death. He died on the 29th of October 2011. Bearing in mind, we've got a link to Jimmy Savile now from this, so that's not going to be a coincidence, everyone, is it? The incorporation document appears to be blocked by Companies House, but can be found in a selection of documents on the 1st of January 1995, which is the year that the Hackler International Advisory Board Company was created, which links the intelligence agencies to the Russian government and the royal family again in all of this. It has Still Raymond Solicitors of Post Office Road, Bournemouth, featured in the research, and an address of 224 Sandbanks Road, Lilliput, near to my wife's former employer, and it has Russell House, Oxford Road, Bournemouth, used throughout the fraud, and that often links to Leicester Aldridge Solicitors, which then links to my wife's family. Again, not only to my wife's family, but links immediately to the research of the person that introduced me to my wife in 2007. It was all staged around me. Used throughout the fraud and making connections to my wife's family and my former colleagues. Barry Edward Glazier is shown on page 13 as being linked to Dorset Chamber of Commerce and Wimborne Minister Model Town. The exact same person and company linked to the research of Ukraine, which then links to the Russian government, CMS, which is the company linked to Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, Prince Andrew, Princess Anne, the Opera Christchurch earthquake companies, linking with Jimmy Savile, again coming in from another area, the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, and Julian Assange and a doomsday cult, as shown elsewhere in the document. So I'm just going to go through some of this and verify it with you. So we want Calver also connecting in with Bournemouth and Paul College. So here's Bournemouth and Paul College. Actually, let's go back. When was he appointed? 1996, leading up to the World Trade Center deception. Resigned after the World Trade Center deception, 2002. And I do say deception. And we're going to come to a theory, potentially, that none of the things that we've led to believe happened may have happened. Now, the big one is obviously the World Trade Center. How would they pull that off? So that's something we're going to talk about later. 1994, so that's the year before the Hackler International Advisory Board Company was created, which links to the intelligence agencies, into the Russian government and to the royal family. And if we go into the file, I think it's in the filing history, corporation document. Cannot see it. Okay, so they blocked the incorporation document there, but I know how to generally find it where they've hidden it. Sometimes you can't find it at all, and they've removed whole company house records as we're going with all of this, but I'm securing all of the evidence as well. So it's 1995, wasn't it? So I've got to go back. Notice the changes. The location of register of members address changed. The document is currently not available. 6th of November, so not long after the World Trade Center disaster. And then the selection of documents, where is it? Oh, I need to go back further. Sorry, my brain's Quite engaging. 1995, which is the year that the Hackler International Advisory Board registered office changed. Intro, Post Office Road, Bournemouth. They changed it. I can't remember when the Hackler International Advisory Board was actually incorporated, but it's probably going to be around that time. Selection of documents. Steel Raymond, Post Office Road, Bournemouth. The square at Bournemouth. So this is right in the centre. Now this then links in with the actual office that I used to work at in Bournemouth, connecting into the research of the World Trade Center disaster. All right, via a World Trade Center company. It's actually called the World Trade Center something or other. You go in through that. It literally goes to an office that I worked at in Bournemouth, which is just up the hill from this, the square in Bournemouth. This is all set up, and it's all linked into me for whatever reason. So we have Post Office Road, Bournemouth. What else was I going to show you on here? Post Office Road, Bournemouth. Retired marketing. Just having a quick look through this. This address also features throughout the fraud. Upper Links Road, they use that. Head of Business Development, Bournemouth and Paul College for the education. Ashley Runs. Jennifer Mary Surridge. 224, there we go. 224 Sandbanks Road, Lilliput. Now that's not far away at all from my wife's employer. And my wife's employer, where he lived and where he worked, particularly, is in Sherborne, that links straight to Virgin Foundation companies and a Treasure Island kids company. Bearing in mind, Jeffrey Epstein had an island, and what's his name? Richard Branson of the Virgin Foundation had an island. However, we have to consider deception deliberately for some reason. All right. A lot of what we've been told could be a deception tying in to the prophecies, tying in to get somebody to expose it, to identify all of this. All right. And this is something we're going to come into another time. I mean, the big question, everybody, look, if Jimmy Savile purchased that flat in 1972, it's before I was born. All right. Now, that's not going to be a coincidence that he ended up buying a flat right near Exbourne Manor, where I ended up buying a property. Now, I made the decision to move from Kent to Dorset. Nobody forced that decision upon me. I actually applied for Devon and Cornwall. Now, this could have all been staged. I applied for Devon and Cornwall Police, but I forgot a bit of paperwork. So they said, and then I went for Dorset and got a position at Bournemouth. I was then led into purchasing Exbourne Manor via Jock Condon, and Condon appears to be related to Paul Condon, who was a chief commissioner of London. So Paul Condon, who had originally been a chief constable of Kent, where I moved from. Okay, so you can see how this is all tying in all around me for whatever reason. So we have, who else is on here? Born from College, Sales Director Vaughan, loads of other companies here. Dorset Training and Enterprise Council. Wimborne Minster, there we go. That's what I needed to show you, isn't it? Wimborne Minster, model town. Resigned in 1990. Important year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN. So then what we do is we go into the document, Wimborne Minster model town. And I'll just show you this whilst we're on it. Into my document. Bearing in mind, we are literally right by Jimmy Savile. Right by it. There's over 5 million registered companies. Just waiting for it to load up. It's quite a big document now. 1,116. I've still got more pages to add to it. Quite a few spelling mistakes. They removed my spell check from the document creator. Very likely deliberately as a, let's try and make it a bit hard for Gary and make him look a bit, like he's not very good at spelling. Obviously, everything is on my phone. It's not an excuse, but I can't see all the spelling sometimes. Here we go. So this is coming in now from, I'm just going to show you a bit of this, Ukraine. Just trying to think, I don't want to go read all of this out because I'm a bit mindful of time. Let's go back a little. How far back? Oh, here we go. We'll just start from this bit. Research of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shows that he had began his presidential campaign in 2018 as Gordon Bowden was publicising his findings of a non-verification of the fraud and its connection to 788 to 790 Finchley Road. Now, that immediately links in to the Vatican, okay? Because where he was in a conference was set up by Sacha Stone, who I have information linked straight to the Vatican via the the black nobility families, all right? Zelensky was elected and became president of Ukraine on the 20th of May, 2019, between the arrest of Julian Assange and Jeffrey Epstein, on the lead up to the COVID deception. He is from the entertainment industry, which is a huge part of the fraud and crimes against humanity. And videos have emerged of both Zelensky and Emmanuel Macron, who's in the news at the moment, being connected to entertainment and dressed effeminately, in other words, in women's clothing. Research shows that the Ukrainian conflict has hugely facilitated in the capture of orphaned children, unless that is a deception, okay, which we're going to be coming into over the next few days, into the false, for basically what I'm starting to realise here, and I started gathering the evidence from the death of George Floyd, which I don't believe even happened. So if they want us to believe a death was real, what else do they want us to believe is real, and why? This is the big question. And how does that relate to me in all of this? Okay. Anyway, let's keep forward. Let's keep going, because that's a whole big subject we're going to cover later. Research shows that Ukrainian conflict was hugely facilitating the capture of children into the child trafficking network, and that Zelensky's aide, Ivan Bakanov, had operated a network of offshore companies, including Maltex Multi-Capital Corporation and their TV company K Vartel. The company's house search reveals Maltex Business Limited, same company, first part, was incorporated in 2013 and it dissolved in 2018. All right, as Volodymyr Zelensky is coming in. It has Unitrust of 44 Broadway, London on its registered address, and 50 Broadway being on the incorporation document for the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, which is linked to Jimmy Savile and CERN, and now they are scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners since I've identified it. Now, this address, you will see Broadway, and I think it's 44, it might be slightly different, links to my latest research of the World Martial Authority, now linking into the Rapid Response Team. You can see some messages sent from them and how that links in. And also it links to Kim Jong-un, the United Nations as well, and a British Taxpayers Association company that has just dissolved on the 2nd of January, January this year, even though it was incorporated in 1930. Remember, this is linked to the taxation system, everybody, where they are defrauding trillions from the masses in relation to all of this. So they all need to be arrested, whichever way you look at it. All of the Freemasons, all of the solicitors, all of the accountants, all of the financial advisors, they must face or certainly need to be removed from any further influence upon humanity because of this deception. And if they try to attack humanity, the consequences to them are the most serious imaginable. I can promise you that now. All right, if they attack humanity, if there's any truth in the CERN side of things and the cell towers and nuclear war, which I suspect there's not, but if there is, then they will face the ultimate consequences. I can promise you that. Anyone involved in this, anyone that's not assisted in exposing it, anyone that tries to run from it, anyone that tries to hide, they will all be facing the consequences. So if we go into this, let's have a quick look at this company, Maltex. You can see dissolved as Zelensky is coming in, 2018, address 44 Broadway. Now there's a company here, Unitrust, I haven't researched. That'll be good for me to research. This links, you'll see the link, the research in a minute is going to link straight to that company we were just looking at. A separate shows, I did research it. So you've got is it Unitrust in there? Yeah, so I do. So you've got Unitrust here, look. Interesting name of borough. This name is the same name linking with the World Martial Authority as well, via one of its heads. But anyway, could be coincidence, could be. It was incorporated in 2023, Unitrust, as I'm continuing the exposure of the fraud. And it dissolved in November 2025, as the exposure continued. It has Turkish name, Safa Akdag, on its incorporation document. And other searches based on this, linking into a maze of duplicate records and fraud. David Jonathan Lausek is shown as a director for this company. And where's it gone? Oh, where's that gone? Oh, has it jumped? Sorry, I'm just going to have to search that again. My eyes are terrible. There's not enough people on here, everybody. They're either, I don't know if they're suppressing it, and half of you are going to be compromised, potentially all of you. I hope not, but I have to consider that. Because they control information right back in the Reformation. To the Reformation. Still trying to find it, bear with me. They're cheats. They're cheats, they're liars, they're deceivers, they're against the Creator, completely against the Creator, because that is the opposite of moral conscience. Truth, integrity, transparency is the foundation of the Creator. We know that because we were given moral conscience by the Creator for the reason. So any of you, rapid response, you're all against the Creator, whatever it is you're trying to do. You've been working against the Creator the whole time. It will load, it's just taking a while. I'm presuming it's because it's a big document, so it takes longer to find it. I see. Hold on, let me see if I can see where I shouldn't have jumped too far. It should be around. There's a picture, wasn't there? It was Vladimir. So the document's just jumped. Unless that's them doing it. Oh, here we are. Okay, let me try and carry on. So let's look at this company, Unitrust Limited. Remember, this is Unitrust is on the link to the research that we just done. Well, there you go. You can see dissolved very recently as I'm exposing it. Incorporated as initially as I started escalating it. So this is where they're panicking. They're creating companies, moving money, and then realizing, oh dear, the exposure's getting bigger. Let's shut the company down. Let's change it around. Let's move it around. Let's dissolve things. Let's move people around, trying to avoid the accountability and liability, you see. So information technology, domestic. Let's have a look at the incorporation document. Chambers. So it's got a Chambers address. Look, St. George Chambers. That generally, if you see Chambers, it means a link quite often to the legal system. Here you have the person I was telling you about, Safa Akdag, Turkish, supposedly, probably a false name. Remember, there's been no verification by our governments deliberately because of this fraud. It allows the laundering of money by removing the accountability and liability linked into the taxation system to steal trillions from you, the innocents in this, because most of you are going to be innocent. And I pray everyone on here listening to this is innocent, but I doubt whether all of you will be. David John Lausek is a director of this company and a separate. Okay, yeah. So I need to go into the Multex company. Okay, so let me just show you the director. Okay, so we have the David Jonathan Lausek. In a separate search, there's only one record. There's multiple duplicate records, but there is only one record name, and it connects to Sunrise Trade Limited that was incorporated. Now, this is interesting. Now I'm going over this because I've recently found a Sunset company. We have Sunrise Sunset, very likely going to be linked in from another area of research that I've just been doing. With middle name, and it connects to Sunrise Trade Limited that was incorporated in 2014. Lilia Kada connects this company to 16, including Fastbrid Technology Limited that was incorporated on the 16th of February 2011, which is 6 days before the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand, which is all massively linked in with my research, and it dissolved in June 2019, the month before Jeffrey Epstein's arrest and on the lead up to the COVID deception. It has an address in Hampstead and Albion Business Consulting, and on its incorporation document. Hampstead is possibly relevant due to the Hampstead child abuse inquiry scandal, which I'm finding connections to that in all of this. But again, that now I have to consider the Hampstead child abuse inquiry was a deception for potentially me in all of this, okay, to make me believe that this was really happening to children on a large scale. Now, it could be, but if we go back to the George Floyd evidence that suggests that was a fake death and other evidence I'm acquiring to suggest that people's missing cases, okay, involve the families and therefore they may not have even been real as part of this, all right, then that is starting to build a picture of the vast deception in all of this, potentially. So if we go into, I just want to show you this. Hold on. Actually, I'm not going to worry about verifying that because it's not really massive. Other research suggests that Zelensky may have received yachts for his part in the corruption. And this also appears to be the case with Baroness Michelle Mone and the PPE scandal, with Mone making important connections to fraud and the royals. She's also connected directly in from the research into Ghislaine Maxwell, as shown elsewhere in the document. There are yacht companies featured throughout the research of the fraud and connecting closely to the Flemings of the Royal Yachting and the Royal Yachting Association, making important connections, including to my friends that I grew up with in Kent. All right. There are also expensive car manufacturers such as Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and Jaguar with fraudulent criminal companies to launder defrauded money, defrauded tax contributions from the masses into more difficult to trace tangible assets such as cars and yachts. Now, whether they've got rid of this article, we'll have a little look. Is it still there? Yeah. How pro-Russian yacht propaganda influenced US debate over Ukraine aid. A website founded by a former US Marine who now lives in Russia has fueled rumors that Zelensky purchased 2 luxury yachts with American-aided money. Despite the false claim, I doubt it's false, the disinformation plot was successful. It took off online. It was echoed by members of the US Congress making crucial decisions about military spending. This is dated. That's interesting. It's dated as I'm starting to expose the fraud. Why would they do that? Why would they give me this evidence? It's all part of the theory that's building and how it relates to me. It was an incredible assertion using 2 advisors as provided. Mr. Zelensky paid $75 million for 2 yachts. Well, not only has the Ukrainian government flatly denied the story, the 2 ships in question have not even been sold. So using fake purchases. Here's the link to the Michelle Mone site. Now, I've done a whole load of research on Michelle Mone. It is literally linking into everything. I'm not going to go into it, but you can go and search that. Oh. So we are going to get to that connection in a minute, like I told you about. The information within this document provides overwhelming evidence that Ukraine is working in a collaborative deception with the Russian, UK, and other governments to exploit and victimize the masses in a sinister agenda. And we're going to look at Greenland later and see how this whole thing with Greenland is all part of the deception. Research suggests that BlackRock is the world's largest asset manager and is likely important to them as its name somehow being symbolic to their deceptive plans, or to make someone believe it potentially links to an apocalyptic attack against all of humanity as a deception. BlackRock companies are featured throughout the research of the fraud. All the way through, you can see BlackRock companies. The research shows that in December 2022, when I made the first official report of the fraud, Zelensky had coordinated a role for BlackRock in the reconstruction of Ukraine, giving them the ability to launder money through the conflict and reconstruction, as well as assist in the child trafficking network, if that is not a deception. An article from 2024 confirmed JP Morgan's involvement in this. Let me just open up the article if it's still here. Here we go. BlackRock and JP Morgan are backing a $15 billion investment fund to rebuild Ukraine. Now remember, JP Morgan links straight to the Flemings. Remember, it links to all of this, which means it links in with Jimmy Savile and everything else that I'm exposing. And you can see the article here is 2024. Why give me that evidence? They knew what I was exposing. They knew I was going to look at everything. And yet here we are. They've given me more evidence on a plate. Linking JP Morgan. Coalition of investors with support from BlackRock and JP Morgan are aiming to put together $15 billion in aid to rebuild Ukraine in a new group known as the Ukraine Development Fund. They are supporting investments from state bodies and capital markets. And the fund will bring together a consortium of investors to finance at least $15 billion of reconstruction work in the country after the years of Russian invasion. Now, I know this is a collaborative deception. I know the Russian government's involved with Ukraine. All right, it's all a lie. Everything we're seeing. So is Greenland. They're all working together. And I'm going to show you the evidence on the Greenland leader later. This and other evidence shows beyond all reasonable doubt that there is a collaborative deception against the masses between Russia, Ukraine, the Flemings, the leaders of other nations against the masses. Referring back to JP Morgan elect, because that's further back on the document. Sorry, I might have to show you that though, because I think that's going to lead into what we're talking about. JP Morgan elect and Ukraine yes, so I need to show you that. Referring back to JP Morgan elect. So I'll be back here somewhere. Prior to this, also connects JP Morgan elect. JP Morgan elect. Here we go. JP Morgan elect. Is it going to still be there? Yep. Okay, so this just to confirm it. Notice King's Orchard. Notice Queen Street. Notice liquidation. Notice incorporated 1999. So they're shutting the company down because they know what I'm doing. All right, they know it's all up. Notice the Fleming name. The Fleming Managed Growth PLC, 1999. Changed its name at one point before and after the World Trade Center disaster. Let's have a look. Well, I can't remember what's on the incorporation document. But we're going to show you the link to Ukraine from this in a minute. Because it's good for me to go back into things because I can confirm with further research that I've acquired. So you can see, yeah, 1 Silk Street used throughout the fraud and address. RJ Hackwood secretary is part of the fraud. Just have a look. Linklaters, that links straight to the vaccines. Straight to the vaccines. That links to AstraZeneca PLC. If you go and type in AstraZeneca PLC, you'll be able to see that on the incorporation document. It also links to, is it can't remember if it's Moderna or Pfizer. I'm pretty sure it's Pfizer. I think it's Pfizer Limited possibly has Linklaters on its incorporation document, linking to the 2 vaccines. So we're at JP Morgan elect. Let me go back to what I was looking at. I mean, there's loads of other stuff on there, but just reading here if there's anything critical. Yeah, it connects to Wessex Academic Health Science Network Limited with an address of Hampshire, which is obviously where she was the NHS. Driscoll also connects to NHS Lotteries. Okay, so this is all coming in from JP Morgan elect. So that it's NHS Lotteries, which means NHS means Deborah Fleming. Alan Hodgson of JP Morgan elect connects to Friends of the Children of Great Ormond Street, a company with a forged register, Great Ormond Street Hospital Charity, and BlackRock Energy and Resource Income Trust PLC, all links from that person. Okay, so then that's got the BlackRock connections. Nigel Sidebottom of JP Morgan elect connects to City of London Group, incorporated in 1981 and is in the process of liquidation at the time of the research. Its last name change was in January 2001, 8 months before the World Trade Center disaster, linked straight to the fraud via Stanley Davis Group. Carla Stent connects the company to various Virgin Foundation companies. Okay, so that links back in with my wife's employer. Stent also connects to Post Office Limited, making further connections to the Post Office scandal, which again, I now have to consider that was all a lie. I have to consider the Post Office scandal never happened. I have to consider that at the moment. Can't prove it. I'm not saying it didn't, but I think that's where this is heading, I think, and how it relates into me. Stent also connects to Christian Aid, linked in with the Christian Network that was incorporated in 2004 and has Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's on it, linked, making a connection to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And the British Irish Churches Trust Limited is also on its incorporation documents. We have the religious prophecy element all connecting into this. Roger Bates connects JP Morgan elect to the Biotech Growth Trust PLC, and John Anthony Vitter Townsend of that company connects to British and American Investment Trust PLC, which was incorporated in an important year of 1947, the same year that the Doomsday Clock was created. And it was incorporated as British and American Film Holdings PLC, linking to the entertainment industry. Again, everybody. Now, a big part of this, if we look at the men's club, gentlemen's club, the Garrick Club, it was called. It was one of the oldest gentlemen's clubs in the world, incorporated 1831. Its motto was "The whole world is a stage." And it was set up by 4 actors originally, linked to the entertainment industry, and now it's linked to the intelligence agencies. It's also linked to a record for Dave Courtney. And Dave Courtney links straight to Ingenious Film Partners 2, which is on page 40 of the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Vates also connects to JP Morgan Elect to Worldwide Healthcare, the intelligence agency linked Hacklewitt International Advisory Board, and it last changed its name in December 2009, 3 months after the incorporation of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. It's a criminal company, having been incorporated with the Swift Incorporations and Jordans and Sons Limited, the same as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. This shows the worldwide corruption in this centralised fraud, with them controlling healthcare and insurance, which enables a constant supply of criminal funding and a motivation to end lives to steal unclaimed insurance premiums through the criminal companies, or to make the right person believe that was the case. The Roswell incident and an apparent connection to Area 51 occurred in 1947. Shall I go into this? I was going into Ukraine, but that's coming, but I'll carry on reading because, you know, this is all interesting stuff, I think. It occurred in 1947, supposedly, the same year as the Doomsday Clock, everyone. All right, so you know where the alien thing is a deception, everybody. All right, this is what they want us to believe, particularly in the last few months of a fake alien invasion. The same year that the Doomsday Clock began and microwave ovens were made commercially available, supposedly, which followed by the Israel-Arab War and the foundation of the Association of Chief Officers of the United Kingdom. Jeanette Archer had tried to direct me to Area 51, claiming children were being detained below the facility for their harvesting. But evidence acquired later and shown elsewhere in the document suggests that Jeanette Archer is compromised by the international government fraud, and she actually then turned on me, okay, and said I was suffering from mental health issues after I found all of these critical connections to Jeanette Archer. If you don't know who Jeanette Archer is, she was somebody claiming that she was a victim of satanic ritual abuse. Now, if you put all of this together, what is it starting to tell us? It's coming to the conclusion of what I'm telling you and how it relates to me. Now, if we go in, we're going to go back to, where were we looking? Referring to JP Morgan Elect, Vates connects to the Ukraine Opportunity Trust. JP Morgan links straight to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, just to make sure you're aware of that. I've gone completely off where I was going to go with this, but we'll keep going. Interesting. St. James's Place. I thought it's a palace for a minute. JP Morgan Elect. Just looking at these companies again, because I haven't looked at this for a while, so I might see some new information that will be relevant. Might not be here. They may have removed it. But let's have a look. Yeah. Interesting. Hold on. Let's make sure there's not another record. Referring back to JP Morgan, Vates also connects JP Morgan Elect to the Ukraine Opportunity Trust. Vates. Right, let's just double check this. Not that page. I'm in the right name, Vates, but there might be another record, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for the minute. I did make a mistake the other day, actually. So okay, so it's not there. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's search for the company. I've got the screenshots anyway, so I can verify it on the screenshots. Ukraine Opportunity. And the National Crime Agency came in and suddenly removed 11,500 companies in July 2025 as the exposure continued, claiming it was a crackdown on fraud. It wasn't. It was to remove evidence of what they've been up to. Let's see what comes up with that. Ukraine Opportunity Trust. Okay, so it might be a mistake on my part. Let's have a look at it. So it was incorporated in 2005, changed its name in January 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. No other time. Notice no other name change on the overview at all. And it dissolved as was escalating the fraud, the exposure of the fraud. If we go into the people record, why didn't I find the name then? Capita Sinclair. I wonder if they've removed that. Maybe I've gone into just written down the wrong name. We can quickly check. We'll just go into the people records, have a quick look. So we're looking for JP Morgan. If not, then what I'll do is I'll get try and find the document with the screenshots. Ukraine Catholic Foundation. Interesting. So that will link back into the Vatican. Ukrainian Catholic Foundation. Hadn't seen this before. March 2010. First degree higher level. Let's just have a quick look on the incorporation document. See what we can see if it's criminal. Normally, it's good to go on this particular document. That's interesting. Viscount. Right near the bottom, you normally find the company that links it to the fraud. Just having a quick look at these names, though, see if there's anything jumps out. Normally on the presenter information. Welsh, Newton, Monmouth. No signatures. I noticed that they're avoiding on the. Yes, this links straight into the fraud. So that's Stone King. I believe, and I need to verify this, that this links in with Sasha Stone very quickly. I think this is going to be connected to Sasha Stone, which means you've got the Vatican link. Sasha Stone was the one that set up the organisation where, what's his name? Gordon Bowden did the conference talking about his evidence of the non-verification of the government fraud. But I'm not going to confirm that. I need to research that a little bit more. Meteor Assets, interesting. British Ukrainian Society. Is that the same one we were looking at? No, it's a different one, isn't it? Also dissolved as I escalated the fraud. Incorporated February 2007. So that's just before Madeleine McCann went missing. And also that's the same month that Exborn Manor started up. If we look at the filing history, let's just have a quick look. Oh, they've changed their address recently. Oh, no, that was 2023, sorry. King's House, Haymarket, London. Corporation. The corn exchange. What a mockery. Remember, we had the whole issue with the corn. Shortages of worldwide corn and grain. Is it corn? Definitely grain. I've already found grain companies linking in with this. Thomas Egger. West Sussex. Good to look in it. British Syrian Society. I think this is the company I've already got on my document linking in with Syria, which obviously then links into the prophecies element of this. Member of Parliament. Who's this? We've got Richard Spring, supposed Member of Parliament on this organisation. Sitting in Titanium Holdings. They're all in on it. You've got to remember, they've had centuries to position everybody around the world. Centuries. This has all been planned. It's all a deception. Absolutely everything we're living under, okay, is a deception. They're all in on it. The governments, the heads of the governments and the government organisations. That's a fact, everybody. It's obvious. Blatantly obvious from the evidence. Is this... Oh, here we... Oh, no. That was the name of before. I thought that was because it was purple. I thought it was going to make that link. Climate change. 2005. All part of their deception. Prudence Trust. Telecom. Soho Theatre. Okay, that then makes links. The theatre companies are really good connections in all of this, linking into the entertainment industry again. And you have, I'm not saying that, I'm definitely seeing this one, but this will make important connections. I haven't got time because I need to write it all down, but that will make an important link. Templeton companies, yeah, they link in with it as well. Bryanston School linked in with the royal family. That features throughout my document. Credit Suisse. Okay, Credit Suisse company. So in 2022, yeah, you can see, look, they dissolved it. March 2025, even though it was going since 1972. It's massive. This is because of the exposure. Credit Suisse in 2022, they suddenly collapsed one of their companies and made it look as though it never existed. Credit Suisse is the second biggest bank in Switzerland. Switzerland's obviously very important. It's why where the Large Hadron Collider is. It's also where the World Economic Forum is based. And it's massively shown throughout the research of the fraud and my document. So it's looking at that, is it? No. No. Films and media. Goes on films. Films. We're going to come across Ingenious Film Partners in a minute, aren't we, on here? Which will be a link straight to the Royal Foundation again. Murray Extra Return. If you haven't seen my evidence on the Dunblane Massacre, it's 100% to do with this. 100%. And Andrew Murray was a survivor of that incident. I believe that was all staged in a deception. I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious from the research. Aberdeen Emerging Markets. This, I think we were looking at the other day, makes the link to JP Morgan. which means if I can show you here, then I won't need to go and confirm the other link. The Lodge, McClay, Murray and Spence, that links in with the research of Andy Murray and the Dunblane Massacre. So remember, we're coming in from, because it does link, and I'm just trying to be able to confirm that for you, but it looks as though they've removed the link that we made. I'm trying to think where what would the screenshots be on. Should we go straight into my document and have a little look? I'll just go through the Templar hotels. You see that? You've got the Knights Templar in all of this. Templar hotels. London Technology Club. That will no doubt link into the research of the CERN collider. I know it's got an Aberdeen emerging markets, but I thought it was this one, unless it's in here. No. There's an Aberdeen company, but it doesn't look like it's this one that links straight to JP Morgan. And it links into the Iona prophecy as well, which I believe is a deception. I don't think anything's going to happen to the world, everybody. I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war. I don't think there's going to be an asteroid. I don't think there's going to be a tribulation period. I think they are trying to bring about the creator through the deception. Or I suspect, let's put it that way, at the moment. Oh, that name's already come up. No, that one's one up. Denton's, that features throughout my research. Vindex. Just want to find a JP Morgan link just to confirm that connection to it for you. If not, I'll just more Murray, which is links to the Andrew Murray's family and the Dunblane Massacre. Every area of the research of the Dunblane Massacre, even the head teacher of the school at the time and the assistant head teacher, the person that did the inquiry, Dunblane Massacre, even the name of Thomas Hamilton. Now, Thomas Hamilton, bearing in mind the surname Hamilton, and the article came out earlier with Julian Assange linked to the Doomsday Cult, is Byrne Hamilton. I haven't found the link, but it would not surprise me if that is going to be a connection that I find. What I'm going to do, I'm just trying to think what document it would be on. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up my document and just verify it from that, I think. If I can't find quickly, British and American Investment Trust. That was mentioned, wasn't it? That was mentioned. I'm going to Crowley School. Oh, so was Worldwide Healthcare Trust, wasn't it? That was all mentioned, wasn't it, in some of my... when we were going... Oh, trouble is I can't search for it without it taking a while. Right, let me just pause the video. I'm going to see if I can get the document up and find it. Bear with me. Just going to pause the video. Okay, it's just loading up. Here we go. I think it's on this document. So this is the Julian Assange research. Oh, here's the article, actually, because I took the screenshots from it. Growing up with a family inside Anne Hamilton Burns' sinister cult. It was from, interestingly, 2016 it came out. So it was August 2016 that the ritual took place at CERN, supposedly. I think it's here where I found the link. So to be a bit, if not, it's going to be the World Trade Center, Halliwells. So coming in from, these are all companies that you'll see in the research we're going to look at later. Coming in from building, it's actually coming in from Sweeney Todd. I've actually researched Sweeney Todd. If you're not aware of what Sweeney Todd is, then it is the film that Johnny Depp was in, where supposedly they were putting human remains within pies, PIE, paedophile information exchange, links to the National Council for Civil Liberties, which links to the World Trade Center disaster research. And you'll see later when we look at that, you have these exact same companies, Bradner's, LLP, Halliwell's. Now, this is coming in from JMW Solicitors, which links back into Siemens and the research of the helicopter crash. But this is coming in, see, Police Superintendents Association, which all connects in with this. And this is coming in. Where do we start with this bit to get to this bit? Just looking for the green box. Here we go. This was coming in from the Chelsea Manning, who provided the intelligence to Julian Assange. That research hits in with everything that I'll be talking about. Okay, this was an article from 2020, and you can see I basically researched her mum, who was supposedly found dead in this article, 2020. When you research Susan Manning, it then makes these links to Pembroke, Wales, tall ships, Pembrokeshire Citizens Advice Bureau. Citizens Advice has been connected to the fraud, centralised to the fraud, in fact. And then we have the Darwin Centre coming in from this, Young Darwinian. And then we hit very quickly, we then make those connections to that link that I just showed you. Veal Vaspera as well, which links to the supposed crimes against children. This is going to annoy me. I need a bit of time to find it, I think. I think it's on this document. Towards the bottom of it. Always on the World Trade Center. Squad home box. No, I think it's okay. I'm just going to. What I might do, I might come back to that on the next part and clarify that. How long we've been? An hour and 33. Right, let's go back into what I was going to show you anyway. I will be able to find it. It's just a case I need to work out what document it's on. So this opportunity. So we're going to see that link hopefully. The Ukrainian Opportunity Trust is linked to Earl Raymond Asquith, which we've already seen on there. I showed you a moment ago. The opportunity connects the Ukrainian Opportunity Trust Limited to various Ukraine companies, including the British Ukrainian Society. It was incorporated in 2007 and dissolved in 2023. That's one we were looking at. It has Member of Parliament Richard Slinked on its incorporation document linking to British Syrian Society that we just happened to look at as well, actually. Research shows that Richard Spring MP has previously worked for Merrill Lynch. That features throughout the research as important times. Spring first became an MP in 1992 as the Companies House Register was becoming electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. He supposedly resigned in 1995 after a publication over a sexual incident. Have you noticed how we're being told about all this supposed sexual activity against children? At the moment, we have to consider it's all real at the moment. But this is something we need to really look at because of the George Floyd evidence and everything else I'm now uncovering. We have to consider that there may be a larger deception in all of this. He supposedly resigned in 1995. But this is the same year that the Hackler International Advisory Board and Russian government-linked company was incorporated. So this is Richard Spring. Here he is. Showing a former Conservative Party politician. Serves as a Member of Parliament from 1992 to 1997. Sex scandal, yeah. Beatrice Holland connects the Ukraine Opportunity Trust to Bryanston School. We've already saw that you saw Bryanston Court School, and I said it links to the royal family. So we've got these connections, which makes important connections to the fraud, the royal family, and apparent sinister plans against creation. Holland also connects to Credit Suisse Asset Management Limited. We've already seen a Credit Suisse connection. On separate Companies House search of the word Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv Business Organization with UK establishment number. This was opened in January 2012. 3 months before Jeffrey Epstein met with Stephen Hawkins and CERN scientists. It has 50 the Broadway on its registered address, the same as on the incorporation document for the Association of Chief Police Officers, Police and Crime Commissioners. That connects closely to the research of Jimmy Savile. It states that its type of business is 9111 Business Employers Organization. A connected company of the same name with this company was incorporated in 2012, that company number, and closed on the 11th of July 2017, after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. Gordon Bowden was exposing his evidence. Donald Trump became the 45th president, and just over a month after the related Grenfell Tower fire. Kyiv Business Organizations has UBG Corporations Limited on its incorporation document. Let me just find the So I haven't put the legs right, so let me bear with me. I'm going to show you this actually. And this is actually what links to what we were trying to find as well. So it wasn't the opportunity one. Actually, let's type the company number straight in. Sorry about this. I'm trying my best. That's all I can do. See if that comes up. Here we go. Key of business organization closed. 50 Broadway. Interesting. When did it close? Opened. They're not saying when it closed. Look, this is one of the things they're doing. Normally it would have the date that it closed. Let's look at the filing history. It looks as though they've tried to. Transaction available for this history. Key of business organization. Click into the key of business organization overview. Close to, okay, right. So incorporated January 2012, as I said. Okay, which is just before the meeting with Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawkins and CERN scientists. And it dissolved in July 2017, which is as Donald Trump comes in and the Pizzagate scandal's been exposed, etc. Now, if we look on the filing history, let's have a look. Or registration. Hopefully it's on this one. It's at the bottom. Or towards the bottom. Oh, look at all these old. There we go. UBG Corporation Limited. See that? Notice 50 Broadway. Okay, I'm just going to show you this quickly. Remember, 50 Broadway. 50 Broadway. We'll come back to UBG in a minute. See if it comes up with that. Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. Still active on its incorporation document. Let's have a look. Is it still there? I've screenshotted it anyway. 50 Broadway. Okay? This is your police linked directly to Ukraine, directly to Ukrainian organizations, linking into the international government fraud, linking in with Jimmy Savile, linking in with the royal family. And now they are now scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners since I've exposed it. So let's go back to UBG Corporation. Remember, that was on the document for the Ukrainian company. Ooh, let's go back to, they might have got rid of it. Might have been one of the ones they scrapped. A connected company of the same name of, no, we've done that. Donald Trump became UBG Corporation. A separate search for UBG Corporation Limited shows that it was incorporated on the 15th of July 2011. Let's search for this. Make sure I try that again. It might be that changed its name. It should still come up. Okay, there we are. Okay, incorporated July 2011. So that's between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death, which is all relative. 3 months before Jimmy Savile supposedly died, and has Ukrainian Dmytro Demchak as a person of significant control from March 2018. It has Duport Associates on its incorporation document that links to Brighton companies and Bournemouth MP Connor Burns and the case of Nicola Bully on the research. Vladislav Biluska of UBG Corporation Limited connects to Inexpro Limited with an address in Maidstone, Kent. It links immediately to the fraud by Barbara Cahan on its incorporation document. If you type in Finchley Road fraud, you will see the information that was released from Gordon Bowden's expose, and it mentions specifically Barbara Cahan. Jonathan Ells connects UBG Corporation to the Royal Air Squadron Limited that was incorporated in 2010, the same year as CERN Limited, and it connects to the fraud by Slaughter and May on its incorporation document. Ells connects UBG Corporation Limited to Knighton House School of an address in Sturminster Newton in Dorset. Sturminster Newton, Dorton, in Dorset. Elizabeth Briley connects this company to Dorset Healthcare Trust, 1977, and has a forged register. Nigel Bundy connects this company to Age UK, was incorporated in April 2011, 2 months after the Christchurch earthquake. It has Prince of Wales Road and Humphreys Kirk LLP on its incorporation document, makes immediate connections to my wife's uncle, okay, via Bermuda Triangle pub that I looked at the other day. This is coming in from Ukraine. David, I'm going to keep going and show you the link because we've already done it earlier, the connection to that name that we were looking at on the incorporation document from Jimmy Savile. David Marys Lang connects Dorset Healthcare Trust Limited to 79 companies, including various CMS companies. CMS is also part of CERN and makes important connections elsewhere, linking back in with Jimmy Savile, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, and other members of the royal family. David Mary Lang connects Dorset Healthcare Trust to 32 companies, including Citizens Advice Central Dorset Limited and Citizens Advice Centres, making important connections. To Wessex Multi Academy Trust, connecting to the COVID response and to Dorset Opera. Now I'm going to show you this company. So we want to go into Elwes within the UBG Corporation. I know this is quite time consuming, and I'm sorry I'm not making this as probably as easy to make sense of. Okay. It's as though these are the records they've Lang. Hold on, let's make sure I've got this. Sorry. So Jonathan Elwes, Connects UBG Corporation Limited. Looks like they've removed it. Okay. Right, I'm going to get the World Trade Center document up. I think it's in that one. Bear with me. I'm just going to pause the live for a minute. Okay, let's have a little look, see if it's on here. If it's not on here, then they've done something. So if we go to the bottom. Hold on. What's this one? That, I know where it is. I'm just going to pause it for a second. It's just come to me. Okay, it's on my research for Rishi Sunak Part 2 document, I now remember. And if we go right to the bottom, there's a research surrounding Ukraine. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't remember where it was. Here we go. Okay. So there's Bryanston School. So I'm going to show you the screenshots going through, and I can show you the other bit as well. Biotech growth we saw. Christian AIDS, we mentioned that. Marex, Post Office. City of London. So I just want to get back to the, I'm just going to talk you through from the JP Morgan Elect. Okay. So JP Morgan Elect that we've looked at earlier. Don't need to go into this too much. Memorandum of Articles. We have FRP advisory on it, which links into the fraud. Hackwood Secretaries and One Silk I showed you. Within there, Fiona links to Wessex Academy Healthcare. You can see her name at the top, look. Okay, so there's her name. You can see JP Morgan Elect at the top. We're within the record, and it shows her name to Wessex Academy with her name at the top. Her name at the top, NHS Lotteries, linking it to the NHS. Her name at the top, Nuffield Health, just showing you that. JP Morgan Elect at the top. So we're within the company, a different director, Alan Hodgkin. Friends of Children of Great Ormond Street, we spoke about earlier. Great Ormond Street Hospitals Children Charity and BlackRock Company. Same name at the top, Alan, BlackRock Energy. JP Morgan Elect, Nigel Sidebottom links to City of London Group, in liquidation at the time, probably dissolved completely now, I would think. Has assets, which features again in more recent research regarding the United Nations, I believe, was in liquidation, as I said. Changed its name, as I said, January 2001, the last time, leading into the World Trade Center deception. Stanley Davis Group, linking into the fraud. Stanley Davis. JP Morgan Elect, Carla Stent, we mentioned earlier. Virgin Drinks, see her name at the top, Virgin Drinks. We link into the Virgin Foundation. I won't explain that. That does link in importantly. Post Office Limited, we said about, she links to. Carla Rosalind Stent, a different record. Christian Aid, we mentioned. Here's Christian Aid. Links to Bates, Wells and Braithwaite on its incorporation document. You can see Christian Aid at the top. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite links straight to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Also on the bottom there, Roots for Churches Limited and British and Irish Churches Trust. Also on the document, Christian Aid at the bottom there, British Irish Churches Trust. Court and Judicial Publishing Limited, which I didn't mention. So here's the Yates connection that I think they've removed. We'll carry on. Roger Philip Yates, Biotech Growth. Within that company, John Anthony Townsend, British and American Investment Trust PLC. So we saw that from the other Ukrainian company. We saw that a minute ago. You verified coming in from that other Ukrainian company. British and American Trust, incorporated in 1947. Remember, we spoke about the same year as the Doomsday Clock. And we noticed, what else was it? 1947 changed its name in 1996. We said it was linked to the entertainment industry, British and American Film Holdings. Didn't mention this, but it's got Waterloo and Sons on its incorporation document, which links to the currency producer. Worldwide Healthcare Trust. We saw that coming in from the other Ukrainian company a minute ago. Brit Insurance Holdings. Criminal company. Same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. Jordans and Sons. Swift Incorporations Limited. So here's the, you can see the name at the top. It maybe will identify where I went wrong with the link here, but if they have removed it, then that's the first confirmation, I think, they've actually removed something. So here's this same person linking into the Ukraine opportunity, as we spoke about. We've already shown that, but we didn't show the link in from. It's the same director, remember, that we've come in from. So they've removed that. They've removed that connection. It's within, just going back so you can see. It's from John. Oh, no, it's a mistake. Look. So it was with, it's my mistake. My apologies. So it's within the biotech company link. So JP Morgan elect from Yates. Let's go back in. Let's go back in. Just make sure they haven't removed it. Sorry about this. JP Morgan elect. So Yates. Can't remember whether that was there or not. Or if they remove Yates. It is Yates, not Bates, is it? Oh, no. Is that going to go back to the beginning? No. Oh, yeah, it's moved. Documents moved, I think. Which way is it? It's further down. Oh, no, we're not in this document. That's why I'm in the wrong one. Dear, oh dear. I'm doing very well here. Let's close the document down. That's annoying. Okay. Let's go back in. Don't think there's anything that you can't see in here. I'm just going to pause the live for a minute. For some reason, it's no, I presume it's because my phone can't handle it and it closes the documents down every now and then. I don't think that was me doing it. Okay, so it's Yates, yeah. So Roger Philip Yates. I just want to go through the verification with you if we can to make sure they haven't removed anything, because if they have, then that's a huge sign. No, so we went into Roger Philip Yates. Okay, so I must have gone into the biotech growth company. Okay, my mistake, it looks like. Do apologize. If we go back into the document, we then go into biotech Townsend. It's already still. We've already gone in. We've gone into their names. Baron Mead second. Cranley School. So we did come into this record from the other way. And there we go. Right. Okay. So we've got that link there. Okay. So that's now confirmed from JP Elect to this. And then British American Trust. It's good because they'll be watching this. So they're thinking, right, okay, we can't get rid of any records because Gary's got all the screenshots, you see. And obviously they could try and say I made the screenshots up, but there's too many things. There's too many. They've ignored too many police reports. There's too many changes happening around my exposure. It's blatantly obvious. So they haven't really got any cards to play, to be honest with you now. The Ukraine Opportunity Trust Limited. And it could all be deliberate because they know something about me anyway, which we have to consider with this. Okay, we went into that Ukraine Catholic. British Syrian Society, we mentioned that. We've already done that. So where's this link? Bryanston School, Credit Suisse. Oh, sorry about this. Oh, now is that not going to load up now? So annoying that it closes. Okay, so Model Town. Sorry about this. It's important because this then makes that link to Exbourne Manor like really quickly and to Jimmy Savile. So it just creates that, just secures the proof of how corrupt this all is and what's really going on in all of this and how it relates to me. Because it's clear that from all of this, then I'm going to be, for whatever reason, important in all of this. Right. So we want to get to the Dorset Healthcare Trust. Oh no, has that just jumped again? No. Oh yes, we're looking for the Elwes, but we've already checked in there and it's not there. So let's go have a look, unless where I've gone wrong on my document, which is Sunak. Please don't close. So it was searching Kiev, UBG. There we are, UBG. Barbara Cahan, we mentioned. Elwes. Okay, yeah. Okay, see, I've gone wrong. That's my mistake. So it's Elwes. Right, how do we get to that? Oh my goodness, I've missed out some links here, haven't I? So from UGB, Bilotowska. Oh no, there we go. I've mentioned her there. There's a corporation link to connect to Inexpo. What am I doing? Ah, yeah, look, that's where so it should be. Right, okay. This is what I've done. I've put UBG there instead of Inexpo. That's what I've done. So I've copied it, and instead of putting Inexpo, I put UBG. So let's just go through the verification of it. So we want a Bilotska within. It's important that we got UBG up. It's obviously delayed my progression on showing you all of this because it's pretty unreal what happens when you come forward in this. Please don't have closed. BILO. Ah, there it is. My apologies to them. This is all going to become relevant as well. Mayfair. I've just had some information about, I think it's I know Mayfair links into this somewhere. I won't go on about that at the moment, but that is going to become relevant. Right, Inexpo. Dissolved on the lead up to the deception. Here we go. Okay, address of Maidstone. I'll obviously rectify that in the document. And then from there, I'm desperately trying to show this link to the building. Well, in here we want to look now, don't we? Dear, oh dear. It's just there. It's just a case of getting to it. So we've made that link to Inexpo. Then Jonathan Elwes, hopefully, is in here. If not, I'm just going to leave this and I'm just going to have to go over it. No, he's not. Sugar. Which suggests that it is in. Hold on. Let me look back through my images. In Expro, Barbara Kahan. In Expro, Barbara Kahan. Oh, CHS1. Back to this CHS1. CHS1. Elwes. There we go. Oh my goodness me. Into there. Royal Air Squadron. There we go. 12 Vicarage Gate. Knighton House School. There we go. HSBC. Involved in the fraud. Involved. May or may not be recently. 1996 dissolved in 2021. When did that other one? HSBC Investment Residuary 2013. 1970 created. The year before the World Economic Forum. So within the night in school, I think it was. Elizabeth Briley to Dorset Healthcare Trust. Elizabeth Briley. It's purple. It looks as though we've already been in. Means there's going to be another connection here. Because every now and then I'm just seeing there's going to be another connection, I think, to something else I've looked at recently. Dear. Oh, look at it. There you go. Look, 2 Pool Road. Are these all 2 Pool Road? Yeah. I've recently been into DF Property. So this is. Where did I go in? What does this link to? Should be a purple name. Same name. Should be another purple name. If. No. So it's something I've been in through Elizabeth Briley. Safari Trust, not unless it was another connection to Dorset Healthcare. Let's go into Dorset Healthcare, which is the one we're looking for. And then, oh, please. I have to search for it again. Model. What was it? Model. What was the second one? Was it Model Trust? No. You can tell I'm a bit frustrated. Is this going to load up in the same place? Probably not. Model Town. Minster Model Town. Once I get past this bit, hopefully it'll be a little bit more smooth running. So remember, this Model Town Minster makes the link to the Jimmy Savile building, which links to Exbourne Manor, which links to JFK, which links to my mum. We've already found that link to Pool Road there anyway, but I just want to show you that it's the exact same company, and then it supports what I'm telling you. Okay, so we want to go into Lang. And there's fraud all the way through this. This isn't just me showing you a random, worthless connection. This is all, there's fraud all the way through this. All the way through this. Yeah, I've been in this recently. So this will be connecting into some other recent research that I've done, because every now and then I clear the history to save the memory on the phone. These are all purple, which means I've researched this in relation to something else to do with all of this. It's probably going to become apparent when we look at it. I don't know. Two is David Marie Lang or David Marie Lang. Marie's Lang. I've got it wrong there, but Better in Than Out. That's featured previously. Voluntary sector for support. Business law training. CMS. Remember, CMS companies connect to the research of Donald Trump in the document and Prince Andrew Theatre of Debate. To what? That's interesting. Look, towards 10 billion. They are stealing billion. Dorchester in Kent. There's another couple of companies called 15 billion. Just absolute mockery, everybody, to all of us. Weymouth Civic Centre, Operation Impreza. These people are not working for the creator. No, I don't care what you say. You can't have a criminal system and make it seem as though you are a member of a faith that supposedly has moral conscience as its foundation. You obviously don't. Connects Dorset Healthcare Trust to 32 companies. So we should have Wessex Multi Academy. Oh, Dorset Opera. So Dorset Opera. Let's go to page 3. It's there. Dorset Street Blandford Forum. Just having a quick look. This has probably been the most difficult live I've done. Just because it hasn't gone to plan at all. Jurassic Leisure, that'd be obviously Jurassic Coast, which means Weymouth. No, it's food. Just a mockery. These people, I just don't. Wow International. Dorset Healthcare Trust. Kingston Moorwood, that's where my wife's brother studied. There's loads of connections to my wife's family in all of this. And again, there's certain things they said that suggest they know some throughout the fraud. Brain's gone. Dorset Opera. Making critical connection to the COVID response and Dorset Opera was incorporated. I wonder if it's in the Wessex manner. Right, let's go back to voluntary sector. Obviously links to charities, which the Freemasons are definitely the Freemasons are a massive part of this. But I mean, I suspect that's £10 billion they've stolen from everybody. I bet that's not even a legal company. Incorporated in 2014, dissolved 2016 as the Peatsgate scandals being exposed. Let's have a look who's on the incorporation document for this. Most of them are going to be criminal anyway. 10 billion towards 10 billion. So what does that say? On behalf of secretaries. Lang's on document, the person we were looking at. presenter at the bottom. Jean Mary Lang. Saw her name a minute ago. Probably not even a real person. CS&T. No, I haven't actually seen that before. CT and S Secretarial. No, haven't really noticed them before. Dorchester Community Plays. Colleton Club. Wessex. Looking for DT11 Forum. Dorset Healthcare Trust. Glen Charles SPS, that's featured here. Oh, it doesn't look as though it's going to be here. Dorset Healthcare Trust Limited to 32 companies, including Citizen Advice, with Citizen Advice making important connections. Wessex Multi Academy Trust making critical connection to the COVID, and to Dorset Opera, was incorporated in 2004 and has potentially Christchurch earthquake. Right, let me look at Dorset Opera. Looks like I might have made another mistake. Dorset Opera. Dorset Opera. Oh, there's Dorset Opera. Opera. People Record. Oh, sugar, they're all purple anyway. Just trying to see if I can show you the link to one of the companies you've already seen. Not having a good time with this. This is probably the first time I've bought. Ah, there we go. Jean Marie Lang. Okay, so where did I go wrong there then? There's Dorset Opera. Voluntary Sector. Well, that's the same company we were looking at. So you've got the connection here, but I don't know why oh, they Wessex Multi. What was the one we came in from? Jurassic Leisure Trust. Oh, Dorset Healthcare Trust. Huh? I must have... Oh, I put the other Lang, didn't I? Because there's two Langs. I put... What did I put? I put David Marie Lang. Because there was a David Marie's Lang. Oh, what an idiot. What an idiot. So that needs to change to Marie's. There's two Langs. Okay, well, it's Jean Marie Lang, and then if we go into Dorset Opera, here we go. Now, Opera, again, I need to explain how critical this connection is, because Opera is the name of the experiment that took place between Italy and the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland during the Christchurch earthquake of 2011. Okay, that's how critical this is. And then there's articles, if you saw my live the other day, where they were trying to downplay suggestions that the collider technology causes earthquakes. And they had two members of CERN do a seismic activity test. And those two names that I checked in the Companies House records went straight back into everything, into the main companies in the fraud. So this tells you they were worried, and they did that test in December 2022, which was when I made the first report of the fraud, which shows they were getting ahead of the game. They were worried, what if Gary exposes the link? Because at that point, I didn't know about the link to the earthquakes and the falsified tribulation period. So they therefore brought these two people in after an article had emerged I can't remember, can't remember what year it was, but earlier, with people saying that there's earthquakes are being caused by the Large Hadron Collider. So, yeah. And then now we're going to see on this incorporation document, I think, somewhere on here, you'll see the exact same company linking to Jimmy Savile, which then that obviously can now, hopefully, that's going to be the case. Oh, dear. Is it here? Canterbury. Refugees. Well, I can't even remember the name of it now. TSB, TBS, Royal London, Royal Link companies, National Farmers Union also features at key time. Where is the one I'm trying to tell you? Arthur Collier of an address of Sherborne is on here. Baker Tilly and Timothy Richard Lee with the name with the craze and the apparent infiltration of the royal family. Roderick the Immigrant Kennedy of Wimborne and connected to Kent Opera Company, having significance, and Wimborne being the same town where the Flemings, the world, National Farmers Union. Here we go. And okay, so we got all of these links on this document, which are very important anyway. But then it's Barry Edward Glazier from this company. Okay, so let me just have a little look at this corporation document with you. So it's within the name records. Baker Tilly, here we go. Princes Street. Sturminster Newton Dorset coming in. Obviously, it's a Dorset Opera coming in. Remember, this is coming in from Ukraine. So we've confirmed you have an address in Sherborne here by this person. Sherborne is important because it's where my wife's employer was based. And it's also where the leader of Qatar was educated, and he connects to Canary Wharf, and the research immediately links to from that into the research of the attacks in Israel on the 7th of October 2023, and it links to in the research of the Manchester arena bombing of 2017. So we have that link to a Sherborne, and we have a link to Wimborne here, which is where the Flemings lived. Not the same address. I don't know the address, but the same area here. This is where the World Wide Web creator lived. It's where my wife's friend worked, who works for Siemens. It's interesting the name of Kennedy is used. Is that a relation? Bearing in mind, we've got the links to the Kennedy family, okay, already in this. Here you have an opera singer actually in here, Bournemouth Sports Club Limited, but also Kent Opera. So this now makes that link back to Kent. Remember, that links to the Doomsday Cult and Julian Assange with the property. Bournemouth, the Winter Gardens at Bournemouth, that's literally right by Exbourne Manor, just down the road from Exbourne Manor. Another Sherborne address. Bournemouth address. No surprise there, though. And then we have all of these companies, which I don't think I've even listed some of these. I mean, it's very important because you've got the Canterbury connection. Remember, the Archbishop of Canterbury links in with the falsified prophecies, and it links back in with the Vatican again. Interesting, you've got the refuge companies, and then you've got the royal companies. So we already have it, and a TBS. Right, I'm exhausted. Psychologically exhausted. So we want Glazier within this company, and then we should see, all being well, the exact same company, Model Town. Wimborne, Minster, Model Town, what then shows that exact link, and that then connects straight into the research of Deborah Fleming. So Glazier, please let it be there. Please. Oh, there's the Kennedy. Dorset Opera, Talbot Heath School, Bournemouth Sports Club. Just wonder what they link to. Glazier. Who's Jim Cronin? That'd be interesting. Hey, Wimborne Minster model town. Woo! We got there in the end. So that now makes that link. It's far too quick to be. And remember, there's fraud all the way through, whichever way you look at it. And importantly, it makes that close link to the opera. Again, to the experiment of the Christ to do with the Christchurch earthquake. At the same time, the name they're using to hide it, linking in with Jimmy Savile, which links all into the Vatican and the apparent falsified prophecies, or it being set up to make the right people believe that's the case. At the moment, I have to consider that everything's really happening. I have to, just in case it is. Until I get that confirmation that it's all a deception, we need to presume that that threat is real, because that risk of a real threat is what's going to get people to, like me, to change this for humanity. It's possible they did that deliberately for somebody or a group of people to come forward who were the right people to actually change this. So anyway, let's go. Now I can move forward. I can relax a little bit more. So let's go back to this document, and I will just, because we're talking about the Wimborne Minster, I'm going to quickly show you the link to Deborah Fleming directly. Remember, because she was the one that initiated my removal. And then we're going to move forward with connections to apparent Camilla companies linking in with the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales from that building where Jimmy Savile was. I'm so sorry about that. That was stressing me out, I've got to be honest. Don't know why I was getting stressed out, because at the end of the day. Okay, so research on Company's House for John Shipton. Julian Assange's father connects to John Charles Shipton. Remember, we've got the link to the Doomsday Cult, to Julian Assange, to Queen's Cops Management Limited, that was incorporated in 1994, and its name was changed in 1995, the same year as the Russian intelligence-linked Hackloy International Advisory Board company was incorporated. It has a Wimborne correspondence address, the same town where the Flemings and the founder of the World Wide Web lived, as well as my wife's friend who works for Siemens. Its correspondence address is Elizabeth House, Unit 13, Fordingbridge, that features throughout the fraud and is associated with the Association of Residential Management Agents. That connects quickly through Company's House to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, with fraud throughout. And when you come in from another area of research from Julian Assange, you actually hit that organisation. So here is John Shipton. Queen's Cops Management Limited connects immediately to the fraud by Steele Raymond. Woo! Well, there you go. Straight away, we have that link, because we've already mentioned Steele Raymond earlier coming in from Jimmy Savile. So now we have that connection straight away again, which I wasn't aware of until I just read it. So here's the John Charles Shipton, same name as Julian Assange's father, 1994, Steele Ray. Let's look on the incorporation document. It'll be Steele Ray Solicitors, which is the exact same, and we'll probably see some other connections now on this document. Post Office Road, Bournemouth. Here we go. So this now links straight in with Jimmy Savile, okay, from Julian Assange's dad, which links in. He links in, remember, to the Doomsday Cult in all of this. So I don't really need to go any further to show you the confirmation. You've got the exact same details of what we were looking at earlier on this company, but I'll go a little bit further just to show you. So with Queen's Cops, Christopher Charles James Batten connects this company to Queen Elizabeth School in Wimborne Minster. It was incorporated in 2013 and dissolved in August 2022, the month after Anthony Roberts resigned from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, triggering the exposure. Batten is a family, is my father-in-law's, Nicholas Morton's, friend, and I believe either his financial advisor, I believe, and connections have been made to the main Freemason Lodge and Jimmy Savile to Morton and my families via the research very, very quickly. So I'm just going to go into that and verify it for you. And I've sat down with, here he is straight away, Christopher Charles James Batten. So that is my, as I said, my father-in-law's friend and financial advisor. And I've sat down with this person last year, and I think they know something about me. He turned round and he said, Gary, I don't think there's anything you can do about what you're uncovering. There needs to be a nuclear war or something like that. So right back then, they're trying to get me to believe there's a threat to all of creation in this. Okay, they know something about me, everybody. So if we go into this, it's almost guaranteed. So into this, or they want me to believe that. We have Queen Elizabeth's School, Wimborne, Minster. So it's in Wimborne, and it dissolved, as I was exposing the international government fraud. Okay, in August, the month after he had resigned, Anthony Roberts. Now, it gets even more important because if we go into it, please don't. The Reverend Canon Andrew John William Rowland. So Rowland. Wimborne Minster Limited. Rowland. Rowland, here we go. Reverend. So we have the religious connection. Remember, Deborah Fleming is part of a religious organization as well. So is her husband, is linked into St. Luke's. Deborah Fleming connects to the church that my wife's grandparents went to, okay, called Christ Church in Wimborne. So we have the link in to the falsified prophecies, let's call them that at the moment, appointed in January 2019 on the lead up to the deception surrounding the COVID situation. Resigned in April 2022. Okay, here's Andrew John William Rowland, Wimborne Minster. What's the address on it? The parish, High Street, Wimborne. Dissolved 2023, as was exposed in the fraud. Incorporated it a key year, the year after the World Economic Forum. The year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN, leading into the deception. If we go into this, let's have a quick look. Dissolved in 2023 as the exposure continued, and links to the research of the criminal court case against me involving Simon Immins and Lisa Morton, my wife. Yeah. So that this company, Wimborne Minster, links very quickly to the criminal solicitor that they're using to try and steal my assets. And they're trying to use Lisa, my wife, as the scapegoat for it. Now, I think she's being coercively controlled, but at the moment I have to consider she's a prime suspect because, she's not coming forward. She needs to come forward. She needs to...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go?
Yeah, do you know, I'm just thinking about it. I don't think
Where did all the nonsense go?
there is an issue with just phoning and asking if I was in there. As far as I know, I'm just thinking back to when we phoned for like Carol Woods and John Patterson and whatever. I don't think there was any, like, I don't mean, it might be different, but I think you probably can, dare you. I mean, what we have to ask the question, why is an old why is somebody impersonating an old lady, doxing it? Well, it's not doxing, sold them a lot. Okay, I'll keep. Yeah, new house, no stairs in my bit of it though. I mean, how pretending to be an old lady, which is even weirder. They've just insulted people's intelligence degree. He's just, it's just really insulting. I mean, like, what's your purpose? Why are you doing that? And people go and so if people do want to go, are allowed to tell you, they will confirm it. To tell you, I don't know. To tell you, they'll confirm I was there. So go ahead, record it. Do you want me to do? I'm not going to do it for you. I know this is just so stupid. It's criminal. It's so criminal. This degree of fucking meddling in someone's life and pretending to be something. To the law, it compounds the crime. Pretending to be somebody else, not being yourself, not identifying yourself, not acting as yourself. Go and ask. This isn't me making it up. This is the situation that we're in now. Okay, so to do, actually, if I can just copy them, I can't. It's really annoying. Quickly, it's because I have to actually physically go into YouTube and get the link because I can't do it from the chat in here. But I will. We're back to just literally at the hospital that I was in. Are you trying to confirm it? Are you trying to discredit it? Are you suggesting something? Like, what's the point of you being here on Boxing Day at all? Why was it? Nobody should have been on you. Like, they're big gang pretending I don't exist. My entire existence on YouTube is under duress. So Christmas Day is no different for me. I don't celebrate anything. I don't have a chance. How could I possibly celebrate whilst I'm still away from my children? And this is still going on 24/7, of course. So I don't celebrate anything. But what's your excuse? At the point you're supposed to have abandoned mine for you to be on Christmas Day, wouldn't you? And that you just can't contain yourself. You're just, you make me so sick. I was just eating some salad, some seconds, and you just totally turned my stomach. This is all the time, just adrenaline rushing, and it's like reaction emotions all the time that I shouldn't be experiencing. It's cruel as fuck. It's disgusting. It's sick, and it's going to me. Like, this is all you've got. I'm not making it worse. You have to do that as a grown man. Yeah. It's just revolting. Absolutely fucking revolting behaviour. I mean, like, what is the reason? You're just foul. You're just such. It's just sick. But then there's so many of you just gross people, monster of a woman. And she's going to have a fucking reality check soon. A lot of you are. Stop whining. Look, you need to be here, do you? You don't need to be here at Christmas, Tim, do you? Do you have to be here at Christmas to be an old lady as well? Oh, she'll be. Okay, I'm gonna watch this on you. I'm gonna stick something on and watch on you. So you're just disgusting people, just literally disgusting. Oh, and Babs again back flapping so hard you can't not say anything. Your guilty consciences must be absolutely killing you, and they should be as well. They should be as well. It's disgusting what you've been part of. Do you really hope you enjoy it? Is it? What do we deserve? Do you want to tell us? Because I've been very clear I'm saying and why I'm saying it. You just sound like you're making it be fair and saying you're definitely this or definitely that. I'm definitely not flapping. I don't know. I have to respond a lot myself. I did incredibly happy the last few times. It doesn't see this is does not matter. I mean, there's lots of you. Just it is cringe what's authentic and real. Okay, you all want it to be real. So you make allowances for it being not believable. All right, because you need it to work. Embarrass it. They're going to see a lot of your characters for what and who you are. Okay, it's really bad. It really is bad. So, Babs, I don't believe for a second you're very happy. Hey, look. Why bad that you think this is normal? I sound so sick, scared. Okay. If that's what you think, if that's what you think. All right, but yeah, but listen, you're all completely, but I couldn't give a flying fuck what you look tapping because you know you've screwed up horrifically and you're part of a shit show that is very transparent and is being exposed. I'm not even highlighting. Yeah, they are. I sound lost and have no idea what I'm very clear, and I don't speak to you. You don't know me. This is just what's so stupid about it. Dumb. You only see a little bit of what I present on here. You don't. None of you talk to me. None of you know me. My own mother doesn't know me. It's fucking mental that you think you can tell. How can you pretend the authority on telling ID? How can you possibly say you're an authority on me above my interpretation of myself? Nuts. It's nuts. And then the mental. It's absolutely mental. It's mental, and there's not even an audience today. You've got nowhere else to go. This is all you've got, and then you believe me, that's going to come crashing down. He's going to say that he's not done any rest. Funny that you don't know anyone of your makes sense. How can that possibly be confirmed about cannot possibly harm? They've literally said, no, I can't look beat up anyone's anything. You're imagining, oh God, you've got to keep on. I don't know who you are. It's actually, if you're not identifiable, how could I? Oh, whoa. I'm in my church in bed. You're here. You're where I told you this one. It's not a building either. He reckons when you die, the channel disappears as well. So, by her logic, apparently, I'm not saying she's necessarily going to die right as well, but no, her channel, a reality check of some description sooner or insane though. You've exhausted me. I've eaten a couple of sick the second time. It's, oh goodness. She really cares about, to be fair. You will be a criminal. And see, that's not how it works. Given anonymity, this is quite well recognised now. You've really got to read or go on other sites, stop what's going on around you. Might be an idea. It's a fake letter. It's absolutely not a fake letter, and I'm going to show it to other real life people. So, I mean, what? Oh, this is just dumb. It's just dumb, isn't it? What must? Yeah. I don't need to. Can't be asked. This is pathetic. It's Christmas. Come on, for fuck's sake, go and spend some time with your families. This is pathetic. Or at least I'm just going to put something real to watch on. I'm going out for a walk and to get some bits and pieces and fresh air. This is fun. Sorry, no, I've just seen a few comments. I just have to address this because I mean, this is literally what my job under duress is going to be pointing out the obvious, because apparently just most people, this is a bullying kind of situation, isn't it? Okay? This much in my face, a level of psychopath that is fucking dangerous for everyone. Okay, especially if they are in any position of influence, or he may well not be. I don't personally see him because that fella pulled out of the screen. Okay, and this guy has been absolutely said that was quite a coincidence, especially considering Ricky Demon were both on the Mandy.com links, and a lot of coincidence. So you may or may not name is being and face is being put about a lot, because it's quite likely, given what we've got, or providing some that's in your control. There's nothing I can do. I can try thing and just add it to what's the word? Circumstantial evidence, I think. But there's not a lot of abuse. Keep telling me how stupid I am. All of these things, they're within your control, not mine, especially when you're anonymous. Okay. And the fact that you mock that I question who you are, all of the just normal responses to this situation, the question that the fact, sorry, that you mock it, that you ridicule it, all of that really shows how unhinged you are to people that you come into contact with. I'm also going to, let's have a quick go through them. She's mental. Are you for real? You and Jake are the mental ones. Again, you're just saying statements based on nothing. Okay, you've got an entire day for your hearing.